Hey, everybody. How y'all doing today? Happy Saturday. Happy weekend. Happy jam time. Ooh, good choice with the new link there, Faley. Always nice to have that self-descriptive link, is how I'll describe that. A link that kind of like makes it very apparent where you're going, whereas a random string of digits on a Steam community ID page really doesn't quite clearly indicate in the same way. Always cool to see that we're doing that more and more. And I really appreciate that, for example, YouTube lets me choose my own link. Nice and good. So, Slay the Spire Downfall. That's the mod of the day. This came out right at the end of March or very early April. We've played Downfall a few times on stream before, but never in the complete version. The polished and play-tested and refined and bug-fixed and feedback-given version of Downfall. Actually, wonder if I'm in the credits of this. We'll have to see. I'll take a close look. I saw that I was, there was already a link to my Twitch page in the mod description of Downfall for having played it previously, so I really did appreciate that little detail and shout-out from the mod creators. Good morning to you, Life Rake, Fantasia, Meromorphic. Spirit Sparrow. Dad joke for the crowd, courtesy of Mr. Baconudo. Why did the Slime Boss's minions all go on strike? Because slime doesn't pay. Is there a relic after me in this mod? There might be. I think there is, in fact. We find it in the relic collection. That's my question. Or are they unknown? There's a hand grenade? I want that. Ring of the Sneck. Oh, there's some beautiful stuff in here. Impeccable pecs. Glorious. Looks like there's a lot of relics we've never, ever before seen. A platinum core. Many, many unseen event relics. Hello and welcome, Garuda. Balthazar asks, do relics unlock when you see them, or do you have to actually obtain them? That's a good question. I do not know if seeing it in a shop counts or not. There's so many relics, I actually don't know what the icon for the one I'm looking for looks like, though. Or I also don't know if it's in the discovered set or not, nor do I know what category it's in. Let's take a quick look through here, though. See if I can locate the one that is supposedly based on our stream. I'll be in here somewhere. Goop Dweller. So many of these are relics specific to the various characters in the Downfall mod expansion. I'm not seeing it. I'm definitely not seeing it. Stone of Nomark. Oh. Well, if we encounter it along the way, good. Baylor's Lordly Plate in the common category. I have Lordly Plate? That sounds sweet, actually. Here it is, yes. Oh, this one. Okay, this is definitely not what I was looking for. One can never have enough armor. Whenever you brace one more. Looks like that's for the Guardian character. Maybe we'll have to play the Guardian, see if we can find it. I believe the music that you're listening to is a remix of the Slay the Spire menu theme made for the Downfall mod. So what is actually Slay the Spire Downfall? For those of you who have not seen this modded content expansion before, it's essentially a mega mod for Slay the Spire. It's also now grown to incorporate another mod. So it's sort of a collaboration. And that recent incorporation is the Hermit character, previously a standalone mod for Slay the Spire, a character. They've now incorporated the Hermit into Downfall, so Downfall adds one new Spire Slayer to play the game normal style, but then also a Downfall mode where you can play Reverse Spire, going from the top of the map to the bottom, adventuring as the bosses of the Spire themselves, attempting to defeat the adventurers who are climbing the Spire, and defeating as your ultimate boss Niao, the Ancient of Resurrection, if you get all 3 keys. And you can do that as the Act 1 bosses, the Slime Boss, the Guardian, the Hexaghost. You can play as the Act 2 bosses, Champ, or Automaton. And then there's also a Gremlins and a Snecko character. So there are actually 7 Downfall characters, and then 1 standard modded character. 8 total characters in the Downfall mod, which is pretty ridiculous. I don't believe you're allowed to play normal Spire with the boss characters. And a lot of these characters have skins where you can play as alternate versions. This is a Automaton? Tip to toe, that's the Automaton, alright. I've never seen anything that looks more like the Automaton. And these are just alternate skins for the characters, so you can have different appearances. There's Slime Boss and the Slifu. Oh no. Oh no. Slime Boss question mark. Is this the Slime Boss? It seems awfully friendly. Well, its hat is surely the largest in the Spire, so it must be in charge. I like that. Guardian has Guardian Chan, as well as concept art. One of the Guardian's earlier drafts. It worked better on paper. Actually like that quite a lot. There's a Hexaghost Lady, and Ghostagon. Likes to chase yellow circles around on its days off. Has a crippling fear of power pellets. Only the 3rd skin seems to have a different description. Are there 3 champ skins? Chan P. Her sword looks impossible for her to wield, but she's actually the only one strong enough to lift it. Feels right. And Laundry Day. Alright, I'm playing this guy. This is definitely our first run. It's Laundry Day. I love it. I love everything about this. And then there's also a 3rd one for Snecko, although there's no alternate gremlin skins. There's Lady Snecko and Nekdor the Burninator. Seeking greater strength, this ambitious Snecko followed in the footsteps of its hero, adopting many consummate Vs and a beefy arm. It calls itself Snector! I have played the Downfall mod before, but I haven't played through all 20 Ascension levels with every single character. What I did when I installed this mod previously was using a fairly simple edit to the save file, just unlocked all the Ascension levels so that I can play at any level that I want. Yeah, there's an animated version for the... Oh, that's the rig. Oh, I see. Yeah, there's an animated version for the alternate portrait types, I guess. Don't know how that looks in practice, but Not my style personally. I think what I'm going to do here is play a run on Ascension 20 as the Laundry Day champ. See how the champ character feels since I last played. He was pretty new when I played him the first time, so I'm curious how he's changed with some feedback. And I want to see those glorious 10-pack abs shredding the Spire. Let's embark. Arise. Alright, we don't get a starting bonus. I completely understand. So, in Slay the Spire Downfall mode, the first thing to highlight is the map. It is fundamentally different. I think they changed the fire spawning. Interesting. So where previously there's a rest site right before the final boss of the act, now there's a rest site right at the start of the act. You venture from the top downwards through the spire, and you must face one of the four adventurer classes as your act boss. So our Act 1 boss here is the Silent, and we'll be fighting the Silent, who has her own deck of cards and will fight us with them when we get there. Oh, it's 1 of 5 now. So because Hermit has been officially incorporated into the mod, he's now a boss. That's very exciting. Excellent touch, if so. So other things to highlight here are that we have souls instead of money. It's the resource of the villains of the Spire. Our enemies will be the ones we're familiar with. These elites are a Gremlin Knob or a Lagavulin or a 3 Sentries, for example. And they'll have their usual rewards. So, we've got a starting deck of 4 strikes, 3 defends, Berserker's Shout, gain 3 vigor. I do remember the champ having a lot of keywords, so apologies in advance for all of the text reading we're going to be doing here. Vigor makes our next attack deal additional damage. Oh, okay. Oh, that's actually the Vigor keyword, which is already used in Slay the Spire. That's definitely not how that was done before. Then we enter the Berserker stance. Skill bonus, gain 2 Vigor. That's right, the champ's cards have a skill bonus and a finisher effect. I don't quite remember how those are activated, but I'm sure we'll sort that out momentarily. Finisher cards exit your stance and trigger the finisher bonus, which our starting card Execute does. So we'll be able to do stuff like gain block or strength when we play Execute. Kind of like the Watcher's stances, but a little bit more intricate are the champ's stances. They had a simplify patch recently, a lot of reduced card text. Well, that's what I was talking about. When playtesting and feedback meet modded content, you get cool stuff. Really cool stuff. Very excited. So, looking at our map layout, can we get any free elites here? I guess I could get one here. If our next 3 enemies flee in terror, odds aren't great. Or I can just take some Chonkitude. Become beefy. Pretty easy to get very beefy in Spire. Note that you can fight elites a little... Actually, there's a much more likely elite snipe this way. I don't know what I was looking at. This is practically guaranteed. In fact, this could be a double elite snipe. Okay, yeah. I want a double elite snipe. Although it would mean basically no rest sites. That's a little awkward. There's also 4 elites in a row over here. A spooky path. That's a really spooky path. Now let's try this. We'll take the Niao's Lament equivalent and try to get 2 elite combats for 1 health here. Balthazar says, when you are in a stance playing a skill, it gets you the skill bonus. You get the skill bonus every time you play any skill? That sounds really too good. I can't wait to break that. Anyway. Only 3 times per stance. Okay. Yes. That sounds much more reasonable. So we actually start with arrest, upgrade, or recall. You can choose this moment at the start of a downfall run to upgrade one of your starter cards. And looking at execute here, this gets +6 damage. That would be an exceptional upgrade. The other thing that we can do is recall to gain the ruby key. The keys work a little bit differently in the downfall mode. You must obtain the keys and then later at a rest site spend some souls to break the key. Breaking the key gives you a passive benefit depending on the key type. I think the red key is +1 strength permanently, which is very, very nice. And then if you break all 3 keys and kill the merchant by the end of the run, you get to go to Act 4. But I am definitely tempted to upgrade Execute. 8 counter. Oh my. This goes to 6 figure. Those are very good card upgrades in the starting deck. I think I'm just going to go with the very basic and simple but exceptional Execute Plus here. At our first rest site, we will recall at the second rest site. The acid and sharp objects may hurt. Something that's really delightful about the Slay the Spire Downfall mod is that each of the events have been kind of rewritten from the perspective of the villains. So some are the same, like the Scrapoos here. This is the vanilla text. But others will see them from a different perspective with different options that are pretty entertaining. Let's have a dig inside the Scrapoos. How many hit points does it take to get a relic? Ow. Ow. Yay! A lantern. 1 energy on turn 1 in exchange for some of our health. That's fine. Totally fine. Boss! A cheery, disheveled fellow approaches you gleefully. You know this man well. It's me, Ranwood. You wouldn't believe what I've just swindled from the cursed heroes. Do you have any more junk I can give them? You appreciate his friendliness and consider your options. Surely you have something Ranwood can use in his next deal. We can give that lantern up to gain 2 potions right now. No other relics to give to him. I don't think we'll give him anything. I'm gonna keep this lantern, thank you. Nothing today, boss. Okay, he scampers away. And we've also successfully gotten a double free elite, so I'm happy. Intimidated by abs, the jawworm flees. So we may choose a card, Arena Preparation. That gives us 2 random skills with Retain. That's kind of cool, actually. Skillful Dodge, 4 block and 4 counter. Extra effective played in defensive stance. Increase these effects by 3. Enter a stance you aren't in. The next finisher this turn deals 10 damage to all enemies. Interesting. Well, I think I want either Fancy Footwork or Arena Preparation. I think it's all champ cards that have a crown on them. Every single one, including the Strikes and Defends so far, has a crown on top of it. So I think it's just an indicator that we're looking at a champ card. Defensive Rampage, kind of. Does it increase the scaling with the upgrade? Yeah. That's kind of cool. What do you do upgraded? 3? Holy moly. And you? 15. Give me Arena Prep. Gotta see that in action. Oh, right, this is a store. Wait a minute, how's this gonna work? Stores are not stores, they are fights. The merchant has fled. I don't think that counts as killing the merchant. But I do get a card reward. Precise Thrust. Do 7 damage, and if you're in Berserker mode, do it again. If you're in defensive mode, gain 7 block. It's like Iron Wave. Tornado Punch. 12 damage to everybody. If you're in defensive mode, gain block per enemy hit. It's a pretty good area damage card. Or Enraged Bash. If in Berserker stance, hits an additional time this combat. Now that's how Rampage should work. Increase the number of hits every time you play it. That would be such a better card. That would be such a better card. Might take the Tornado Punch, though. I have Berserker and Defensive Stance currently in the starting deck, too. Take the Tornado Punch. Sacrifice. So, when the merchant is vanquished or flees, you can proceed to the Heart Shop, which is, well, it's got a nice gray-red appearance to it. And there's a creepy heart tentacle that points at the things at the store. Yeah. Adrenal Armor. Love the custom art. Crown Ring. That's great. Draw 2 attacks. I want any of these cards. Scry is a thing. Gain 2 blocks, scry 3 for 0. Fascinating. Lots of 0-cost skills in Champ's Armory, it seems. Technical Jig. When you enter a stance, trigger its skill bonus twice. So when I enter Berserker, gain 4 damage on the next attack. When I enter defensive, gain 6 counter. Oh yeah, there's some funky new potions too. There's a lot of potions that are added in Downfall. Some of them are specific to characters, just like the regular potions in Slay the Spire. Everybody's got a common, and uncommon, and a rare potion. Pizzazz Potion looks to be a common potion. I think this might be a champ potion. Based on the name, I'm guessing it is. Energy Potion. And a Spiked Energy Drink. Muddle, that is reroll the cost of the 2 highest cost cards in your hand. Cannot cost 3. Wow. That's a pretty sweet energy rerolling potion. Very good for a Snecko deck or just any deck with 3 or 2 cost cards. Thinking about Technical Jig. Give that a try. Give me a power. Okay, so we're only getting 1 free elite, because I forgot how merchants worked. The Lagavulin that is asleep is also fleeing from us. Get ourselves an anchor, so our turn 1 is even better. And some more cards. Deathblow. Oh man, that's a strong card upgraded. Big area damage, and then add big damage onto your next attack too. And gain 15 vigor. Holy moly. Does exhaust. So it's only a one-time thing, but man, it's strong. Bob and Weave. Enter Berserker, gain block and vigor. Neat. Hey there, DJ Dragonflame. I do want more stance entering cards. Let's grab Bob and Weave. Alright, I actually don't have to fight this elite now. I could... Since I'm not getting it for free, I could do something more reasonable and take the rest site so that we could recall. Not a bad idea. Although we'll be okay in our first real elite fight, probably. I'm gonna go for the recall. Early. Brass Tacks. Start combat with 2 Metallicize. Oh man, that is a sweet bonus. 2 block per turn, every turn. with no downside whatsoever. Kind of like a half power. What is this? A common relic? Yeah, common relic. Like a half power plated armor, the thread needle, but you can't lose it. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, so these are the indicators for our skill bonus. We can trigger the skill bonus up to 3 times. So we start in defensive stance, that's right. We have the Champion's Crown. At the start of combat, enter defensive or berserker stance. I thought it was going to give me a choice, but I guess it just picks one at random, which I am completely okay with. So if we're in defensive stance, that means Tornado Punch will give absolutely enormous block. Definitely. Can I enter defensive if I'm already in defensive? No, but it did activate my skill bonus. Cool, let's keep doing that. So now we have 10 stacks of counter. We'll do 10 damage back. I got 31 block. Oh my. We're already producing some very large numbers with this character. Hey, good old taunt. Apply weak and vulnerable. I like that. Gain block twice if any enemy is weak. Fascinating. Bottled technique. Trigger your current stance's skill bonus 5 times. Okay. Seems pretty good. Are you a fan of knives? 5 damage to all enemies, twice as much if you're in Berserk. Bring it on. 9 block, 9 counter. This is a finisher move. Requires being in a stance. You must be in a stance to play a finisher card. Or Iron Fortress. Gain 2 dexterity, and then... Interesting that it says, at the end of each turn, gain 3 block. I intuit that to mean 3 stacks of Metallicize. Gain 2 dex and 3 Metallicize. For 1 card is pretty sweet, actually. Hey, and welcome to this. This is the Champ. The Champ's all about playing cards in combination. The Champ can enter different stances. Currently, we have access to Berserker stance and defensive stance, an offensive stance and a defensive stance. Each stance activates effects on certain cards. Cards that say combo will provide additional effects if we're in the relevant stance. And then cards that say finisher will activate a special bonus and cause us to leave our stance. Anyway, I want to try out Iron Fortress, definitely. Well, I guess we'll see how it ends up working. What's the upgraded version of this, by the way? 6? Oh my. 6? Imagine upgrading Metallicize and you get 3 more block per turn. Hype. Alright, let's fight an elite. Greetings, Gremlin Nub. Prepare to be destroyed. Enter Berserker mode. So we started in Berserker stance already. So we'll gain 2 vigor, 2 damage on our next attack anytime we play a skill. Can't re-enter this, right? That's correct. I almost want to not play strike because of execute. I don't think that's wise, though. So our next attack deals 13 additional damage. Don't mind if I do. Oh, we did draw execute. Well, heck. So that'll cause us to leave our current stance, and we'll gain a strength. Can't Tornado Punch and execute, unfortunately. Am I allowed to... Bottled technique. Does that work if I have no charges remaining? I'm not sure. Guess we could find out the hard way, perhaps. Any bonus triggers ignore the limit. Good. Excellent. Strictly only for playing cards. So this... Yes, that gives me 10 vigor, making this hit twice for 19. Get destroyed, sir. Question is, can I finish him? Or do I have to liquid memories the finisher to do that? Let's see what arena preparation can give me. Some angry rope-a-dope. Gain 12 block. Next turn, gain an energy and draw 2 cards. Interesting. Fascinating that I got 2 of those. So you're telling me I can defensive shout rope-a-dope to gain absolutely filthy amounts of block this turn. Meaning I think we get to hold on to our potion. That gives me 22 block. Although he's attacking for 37. I'm cool with it. Knob destroyed. We get the old coin giving us 300 souls, incentivizing heading to a merchant combat sometime soon. Essence of Steel's not too bad. Here's a taunt. This is what, 2/2? Oh, to all enemies. Interesting. Only 1/1 still. Target enemy gains 1 strength, but we gain huge amounts of damage on the next hit, or a rare clobber. Deal damage and then gain block equal to unblocked damage dealt. Classic. Great with vigor, especially. Champ has lots of ways to stack damage. Simple +3 upgrade. It's a 1-cost wallop, essentially. I like it. I like it a lot. I'll take that clobber. I like it. A better Iron Wave. Definitely. Definitely. Better wallop. Can question marks be random merchants still? Yes. We will hope that they are not. But yes, they certainly can. Counter only lasts for 1 turn, right? No? Counter lasts until the next time you receive damage? That's ridiculous. What is Iron Fortress worth? Oh yeah, that is +3 metallicize. I thought so. Okay. I thought so. Trigger 2 times without exiting your stance. Gain 10 block. Interesting. Huh. Red 888, did you hear about the champ who became an accountant? He was a really good bean counter. Stance, dance. Choose a stance to enter. If you were already in that stance, gain a combo of that stance. Oh, I love it. That's definitely... That's a common card? Or the upgraded version just says, choose a stance to enter, gain a combo of that stance. And isn't it a beautiful, beautiful artwork there? This turn, your skill bonus effects are increased by 2. That actually seems like a very powerful card to combo with, too. By gain a combo, it means add a card with combo to your hand. Understood. Appreciate the clarification there. Or circumvent. Gain 6 block, draw 2 if you're in a stance. I'll take a stance. You come across a dead adventurer on the floor. His spirit still lingers in the area. It looks as though he's been gouged and trampled by a horned beast. A soul harvesting ritual could yield results here, but whichever creature slew this man may return soon. That's a shame, because I was really hoping to find a pair of pants. Anyway, let's go harvesting. While channeling the ritual, we are caught off guard by the knob. We started in defensive stance. Whenever you enter a stance, trigger its skill bonus twice. I think I want to strike and then enter Berserker stance and stack the vigor. Okay, so we have plus 10 damage on the next hit. Hopefully we'll draw Execute. Or Clobber. Clobber works really well too. That's right, just Champ. Champ just has Reinforced Body as a card. It fits for him, actually. On guard. If your block is broken this turn, gain block next turn. That's kind of cool. So I want to play Clobber, Strike, Berserker Shout. And yes, you can't re-enter a stance you're already in, looks like. Unfortunately, we did not get Execute into our hand here. So I'm not sure how to kill the knob. I could maybe go Defensive Shout, Tornado Punch, Liquid Memories, Tornado Punch. We can do a lot of damage that way. But I'm a little bit worried we might get clobbered here by the knob. Knob clobbered, as it were. This would be so much easier if we'd only drawn the thingamajig. We could also Liquid Memories on Clobber, which is pretty hype too. Although I'd need to be able to get good bonus damage for that. Which we currently do have. I can block for 11. Whereas Tornado Punch is going to do more damage if I return it. And still give 7 block. But if I'm killing next turn with Execute, I should just go for most block on this turn. I could also maybe just play Reinforced Body. It's true, we do have to play a skill to get defensive shot, to get the Tornado Punch to actually block. But we're gonna net gain from that, for sure. Any other reasonable options that we have? I don't think so. If I just go Liquid Memories on Clobber and play Reinforced Body, we're not gonna do enough damage to kill next turn, are we? I don't think so. Alright, let's do Tornado Punch stuff then. Gain counter in defensive stance. It's not really a good reason to play more skills. This is still worth playing too, since I'm guaranteed killing next turn with Execute. I think? Question mark? Oh yeah, I do 10 counter. Definitely killing next turn. Let's play this too. We're technically alive. Not by a huge margin, mind you. Get the Spectre's Head. When you enter a stance, gain a basic strike or defend that costs 0 and has exhaust. That seems pretty sweet. A spiked energy drink, letting us muddle the 2 highest cost cards in our hand. Headbutt, also a just stolen card from Defect and completely fits for Champ. Or stolen from Ironclad, excuse me. Do I want it though? Unupgraded common? I don't know. What I would really like at this point is a heal. We unfortunately don't get a rest site before the boss, which is a challenging part of Downfall. This thing? Basic strike or defend. Yeah, it's got the... It pulls up the strike keyword, which isn't quite right here. Let's skip these. Hey, Hourglass is helpful. Please heal me. This is not a heal. Well, hopefully everything will be fine. Choose a stance to enter. Fetch a finisher from your draw pile. Okay. Oh, execute was already in my hand. Fair enough. Fair enough. Countered. Defensive style. Enter defensive stance. Defensive skill bonus grants more counter for the rest of the fight. Pile driver. 10 damage, 2 vulnerable and weak. That's a finisher card. Okay, I think I'm going to skip all these and we're going to try to win the next fight and the boss fight with only 9 health. I'm definitely a little worried about that, especially with this being our regular combat here, but don't doubt our potential. More vigor, please. I think I'll kill the spike slime first. And then I want to enter defensive. But I can switch. We get 45 block on turn 1 because, of course we do. And the counter applies just to the front one, not to the back one. Noted. When you enter a stance, trigger the skill bonus twice. Enter Berserker, activate the bonus twice. Enter defensive, activate the bonus twice. Look at that. 11 vigor, 22 counter stacked up. We're going to be fine. Crotch. Swift Pot's alright. Trinal Armor, Chain Lash, or Headbutt. Definitely think Chain Lash could be good. Does Chain Lash upgrade to... Yeah, +3, huh? Tempting. Relic seems a little OP. I think we're going to find quite a few things that are very, very strong in Downfall. And that's okay. I like it, truthfully. Let's go Swift Potion, Essence of Steel. We're going to want all the help we can get for this Silent. Hopefully this isn't a Poison Silent. But we'll see. I wonder if the bosses have been revamped at all. Oh no, it is. Oh dear. I only get one of these. So, we're fighting the Silent. Silent has a deck of cards, and each turn will express an intent of cards to be played. The adventurers kind of have pre-crafted relic sets and decks. This Silent has the Twisted Funnel, starting me out with 4 poison, and is going to apply Crippling Cloud here, although do note that we start with an antidote card. Warning, highly toxic. Poison is blockable and deals damage at end of turn. Receive an antidote at the start of combat. Okay, so the poison is blockable, it says. And that means we can just block it, and we'll be fine. And if we get too much of it, I'll purge. There might even be a catalyst in this character's deck. Kentucky Jelly Assassin, thank you so much for the full year of support. So we're currently in defensive stance. I understand. Might be a good time for the Swift Potion, actually. This doesn't look like the greatest turn one. Oh yeah, there's the tooltip there. Yes, poison is blockable. It says that here as well. Gotcha. It's going to get 14 block next turn. Definitely something of note for the bosses of Downfall. Since they're based on the characters of Slay the Spire, they get block way more often than other bosses do. Okay, let's do Technical Jig and then draw. Perfect. Ish. Back into defensive mode. Clobber and Strike are basically the same. We'll keep the antidote. This is retain, right? No? Oh dear. Well, that's horrifying. Wait, the Horn Cleat didn't kick in? Because... That's not right. This is definitely turn 2. Incorrect. Alright, well, let's start by getting some skills. Oh, that's right. That Silent hasn't taken her turn 2 yet, I suppose. I'll allow that. Trigger your current stance's skill bonus 4 times. Next turn we're drawing this. Casual 28 counter. This puts us into Berserker next turn, so we want to be in defensive at the end of the turn. So we'll Bob and Weave, enter Berserker, play the Strike. Stance, enter defensive, play the Strike, play the Reinforced Body. Okay, so let's check incoming damage here. We take 11 plus 6. Poison activates at end of turn. Yeah, so we take 11 plus 6. We block all of that. Don't need to use this Essence of Steel yet. It's not. Yeah, there's the Horn Cleat. 10 times 2 plus the 13, so 33 damage headed my way here on turn 3. I guess that's fitting for an Act 1 boss fight, except I don't have a real way to prevent it. Terrifying. Am I dead? That is the question. I think the answer is yes. Yeah, we're super dead. GG. Desecrated. Alright, we'll have to give the champ another go here. What went wrong here? Not enough rest sites, actually. Just not being able to have enough health for our boss. We unlocked one of the relics that we just used. Classic Spire unlock shenaniganry. Oh, I'm not learning as I go. I know exactly what I'm doing. Let's try that again. Now we get a starting bonus, too, which is quite nice. Our act boss is the Watcher. How do you unlock the different skins for the characters? They're unlocked if you win a run with the character. I don't know if you have to beat Act 4. I think you just have to win. So, hardest thing about Downfall is definitely the elite placements. Sometimes. And the shops. Shops are also awkward as hell. Okay, I think I like this. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, and we'll recall to start. Although, if I don't take money... I think a stance is quite nice. Let's just take money to start. You fall into a puddle. It's made of slime goop. You can feel the goop in your ears, goop in your nose, goop everywhere. Climbing out, you notice that stuck to your body is a unique-looking yellow slime creature. It appears to have been collecting souls from unfortunate adventurers who fell into the puddle. How convenient. Full harvest. Gain 300 souls and 3 curses? 202 curses, or 101, and each of these are like a slime that adds another slime, so it's a pretty annoying card to play it 2 times to get rid of it. And not for that much money either, but we aren't even going to a shop. Well, heck. Give me 1, I guess. Not wanting to make this unfortunate puddle incident go without reward, you strike the yellow slime creature. It bursts instantly. You didn't think it possible, but you find yourself covered in even more goop than before. It's too much goop. Way too much goop. It goes right into your hand, though, at least. That's good. The Zayas potion. Crooked Strike. Deals damage, but does not consume vigor. Interesting. Let's take a Bring It On. So we have a 1-cost finisher card. 9 block and 9 counter. Tropic Brew Distilled Chaos. Heck yeah. Sign me up. I guess I could go like this way now. Yeah. There's Technical Jig again. Challenge. Gain 8 block, deal 8 damage if the target has strength. Do both of these effects again. Interesting. And there are cards that can give enemies strength, too. Seems like it's highly effective on most bosses. Well, most of the vanilla bosses, actually. I guess the characters don't really gain strength that much. Let's try it. Raise to 1111. Yeah, let's give it a try. Oh yeah, we can break the ruby key here. Spend 100 souls, destroying our ruby key to gain a strength that also doesn't consume our fire actions, so we can now upgrade execute as well. Dolphin's Style Guide. Dolphin. You end your turn while in no stance, draw one extra card next turn. It's kind of cool. I'll give a shout out to the very incredible, talented Dolphin Chemist. He's been playing a lot of Downfall on his stream lately. Very chill place to hang out. What do I upgrade here? I guess we could upgrade Challenge. That's gonna be what we do. My hand is too full. Oh, the knob gains strength. The knob can be challenged. Let's expend some potion resource here. Really didn't go all that well, huh? Oh, dear. Terrifying. Deeply terrifying. I want to execute next turn with the vigor bonus. Let's just stack some stuff. Of course I didn't draw it. Why would I? Heck. Brutal. Now we're in real trouble again. I'm tempted to Bring It On challenge because playing the Bring It On gives the knob strength, so I'll hit the knob twice with challenge. I could also use the skill potion to do that. My problem with playing Bring It On is that I'm no longer in a stance for execute to work. Let's see what this does. Draw 3 cards. Interesting. That will let me draw the execute right now. Of course, then I can't play challenge. Does a finisher take you out of your stance? Yes. Yes, it does. So, that is a mild problem. This is defensive stance. I'm gonna try it. I don't know if this is gonna work. I think it is, because I drew both Defensive Shout and Berserker Shout. That's pretty hype. That means I can do Execute, Shout, Bring It On, Shout, for example, or something ridiculous. And then I draw this next turn and die. Dang it. Well, that's unfortunate. Currently in defensive, right? I want to do Bring It On, Berserker Shout, Execute, Defensive Shout. That's true, we'll get an extra card if we're not in a stance, which could save my life. So maybe I don't end with a defensive shout. I do deal 25 damage back, actually. And I could make it 29. Not gonna be enough to kill, right? Doesn't look like it. Okay, let's draw the extra one card. We'll see what happens here. Is challenge better than execute? It sure is if I draw execute with no stance at the start of the next turn. Dang, these draws, man. Could use the weak pot there. Blank card. Start of each combat, play a copy of a random card from your deck. Oh, also, I'm not sure that that challenge, even it plays twice, but I think the vigor only applies to the first hit, whereas execute gets the vigor bonus on both hits. That's why execute is better than challenge there, for the most part. Start of each combat, play a copy of a random card from your deck. Wow. Just process that. Choose a stance to enter. Fetch a finisher from the draw pile. Yeah. How do you break the green key? You must spend souls at a rest site to do so. Which I think we're going to do. Rather than going to the third elite, I'll rest here. Because we're going to have the same problem otherwise, which is... I'll get destroyed, sir. Got him. Next strike you play this turn is played twice. Enter defensive, gain block that's boosted by vigor. Interesting. I think we're in okay shape at the moment. Do I want one of these cards? Not really. I forget what breaking the green key gets us. Because that's a dex or 10 health. I can't remember. Oh, yeah. Jumpy. Good, clean fight. 0 cost. We gain 2 strength. All enemies gain 1 strength. Brimstone at home. And it's exactly enough strength to make this challenge work. Which, I think sells me on it, personally. What's the upgrade? Just... gain 3. Nice. Oh no, NGAD, you might be right about that. If it plays Icky, we get another Slimed. All the more reason to remove that immediately. Yes, gain 1 dex. Let's do that. And then I'm going to sleep. We have 2 out of 3 keys broken. We still need the blue key. Another chance to get cursed at a soul shrine. So many curse opportunities in Downfall, it feels like. Maybe too many. Pick one more event. I like the events in Downfall a whole lot. Attacking us for 14, huh? Champ might have a different definition of clean fight than everybody else does. That's right, execute was in my opening hand. Circumvent looking better now with dexterity on it. Love some card draw. Mega 0125, thank you so much for that full year of support. Much love. Weak potion. Let's go skill potion, Blessing of the Forge. Hey there, Jedit. The crowns just indicate that that a card is a champ card. Every single card has a crown. It's all for style. Although if you're asking about the ones that are over our heads, you'll see, anytime we're in a stance, you'll see 3 bubbles here. As we play skills, those bubbles will fill up, or, well, deplete rather, and they're indicating how many times we can get the skill bonus from our stance. If I play good through clean fight, I'll take 1 more damage. There's no real reason to do that, I suppose. Oh wait, right. We're gonna gain 10 block as our finisher there. We'll never mind. Okay, we're in much better shape to fight the boss this time. Didn't run into the boss with only 10 health, although I miss our end of turn block build we had going on. Deal damage equal to your counter to all enemies. Lose half of your counter. Oh, I love that. Only half of it. Lets us turn counter into area damage. Benefits from strength as well. I like that. The upgrade is 0 cost. Oh my. Hello and welcome from the YouTube pencils. You keep watching, I'll keep making content. Sound good? Upgrade 12. If the last played was a finisher, do it again. Let's take a preemptive strike. Give it a try. Alright, this time our act boss is the Watcher. She is preparing to wallop us. Also does 3 damage per turn with the Mercury Hourglass. Very rude. 2 extra cards on turn 1 with the Bag of Prep, which has given her a Sands of Time. We'll have to be very wary of. I'm worried this character might do Wrath Stance Sands of Time for 50 damage later. Unbridled Rage. Oh, here it is. At the end of her turn, if Watcher is at or below half health, she enters Wrath. Watcher's Wrath increases damage dealt and received by half instead of 100% because that would be too scary otherwise. Yeah, that sounds right. She's also got the Cloak Clasp, giving her a little bit of block at the end of turn, but the characters in the Downfall really don't get a whole lot of card draw. Only base like 3 per turn. Yeah, draw 2 less cards. So 3 per turn is going to be not very much block. So we can execute to gain strength, then go back into Berserker stance. I think I want to defend, execute, Berserker Shout. That sounds right. Did get hit for a little bit because of the contribution to the Hourglass. Talk to the hand. Oh no! I'm being talked to. If we give the Watcher strength, I'm a little afraid of what that's going to entail. But if we don't give her strength, then challenge won't work, so I should give her 1. It also gets rid of good clean fight. This would be a reasonable time to upgrade my hands. With the Blessing of the Forge. Let's do it. I like that actually updated the intents properly. 20 damage strike. That's right, we have the style manual, so we get a bonus card draw here. Panacea Fasting. Uh-oh. That means Sands of Time is headed our way next turn. We gotta be really careful about Wrath Stance timing then. Looks like we'll draw a challenge next turn though, so that'll be perfect. Don't want to draw with Circumvent here. Be in Berserker or defensive again? Well, I can't change stance if I'm not going to Berserker, so it has to be Berserker. Got it. Here it comes. 24 damage. I can block that with challenge. Good. Very good. Take 3. Now she wrath. Fortunately, that means the Watcher will take more damage as well as deal more damage. By stacking counter or bigger? Counter. $36. Uh-oh. I need to win. Or I could just block, actually, for 36. That seems pretty reasonable. She's gonna get a ton of block this turn. 36 from wall up. Some from halt. We'll take damage from regret, though, at least. We go bring it on, circumvent? No, circumvent has to be first, or I won't draw cards. Well, I can get back into defensive stance here, too. We can block for 36. Means I'll still take 3 because that stinky hourglass. Oh no. Sands of time, please. You must stop now. She's got so many curses. What happened to this lady? She had a bad time in the Spire. GG. All right, that was a tough fight, but now we win. Ignore pain. Your HP cannot be reduced until your next turn. How's that for an impervious card? Murder Strike. Deal 8 damage. When you use a skill, this deals 2 more damage this combat. It has retain. Oh man, so it gradually powers up as you play skills until it finishes. Or Devastate. Deals 6 damage 3 times. Costs 1 less for each finisher card played this combat. Upgrades to 9 times 3. That's pretty cool as well. So you have to play 2 or 3 finishers before it's usable. I think I like Ignore Pain a lot. Just don't lose any health when you might lose health. Seems good to me. Definitely feels like this deck needs a little bit more help doing damage still. But I'm going to grab this Ignore Pain. No. Champion's Crown and the Busted Crown, both? Question mark? Gain energy the server turn, but 2 less cards to choose from. Busted Crown Champ Run sounds pretty difficult, honestly. Although I would appreciate the additional energy. Could instead take Runic Dome, be unable to see enemy intents. That sounds very difficult to use against bosses that I'm not familiar with their patterns. Maybe we just go Tiny House. Take no downside, get a bunch of stuff. 50 souls, 1 potion, 5 max health, 1 card, 1 random upgrade. A crown for a king. What does the Ignore Pain upgrade do? Great question. Probably 1 cost? Yeah. 1 cost. I'm gonna take the house here. I really don't want the downside of either of these boss relics. So I'll upgrade a defend, take a cultist potion. Retain, draw 1 card, finisher. Interesting. Just to activate your stance. 2 block, 6 block, 10 counter. If your counter is used, gain riposte. Riposte? Oh, it's a card. Deal damage equal to the amount of counter used. I'll take a stance. Actually, that's true. With the Dolphin Manual, we are encouraged to exit stance at the end of the turn. We're fighting the Gunslinger at the end of the act. I've never faced this character before. I can't imagine trying to do that with Runic Dome. Here, fight a boss you've never fought before with Runic Dome. Good luck. Not an unreasonable idea to go to a shop here. I don't think I'll be able to defeat the shopkeeper. You have to do very good damage for that, but we'll be able to spend money at the shop afterwards, so that's a good idea. Okay, let's start with that. Become 0 cost, 9 block. Doesn't exhaust, interesting. 6, this is 8. Let's upgrade the stance. Choose a stance and gain a combo. Alright, Mr. Merchant Man, you versus me. Let's fight. Am I got a cultist potion in this fight to do a little bit more damage here? I think I am. So, the merchant will stick around for a few turns. He'll steal some money from me, throw some coins at me, and then he'll flee. If we can kill him before he does, then we'll get a special reward. But otherwise, we'll just get to progress to the shop fight afterwards. So we just want to do as much damage as we can here. Any damage we deal will persist to the next time we see the merchants. Counter only applies 1 time, right? It's not going to be per hit or anything shenaniganry. Able to block for enough here. I don't need to ignore pain, so we can do like defend, bring it on. Preemptive strike. Do some of that counter. Yeah, it only applies 1 time. And now he flee. Rang. Draw 2 attacks. You got it, buddy. Okay, we did over 100 damage to the merchants. We might be able to kill him next time we meet him. An upgraded good clean fight. Holy moly. Upgraded refreshment. Berserker combo. Gain 3 energy and exhaust, or defensive combo draw 4? I want to draw 4 cards. Give me that. I agree, Master Toaster. Dealing 400 damage in killing the merchant here at the end of Act 1 or beginning of Act 2 is difficult. Not impossible, but definitely difficult. Definitely tempted by Omamori. There seems to be a lot of curses in the events of Downfall. Rapid Strike. Deal 4 damage 2 times. A strike in your hand costs 0 this turn. Interesting. Requires block. 4 damage to all enemies 4 times. Curious. Like that Guardian Whirl. Anything that scales well with strength, I like quite a bit. I definitely also like a card removal. Probably... Oh, no, the Icky. Yes, get rid of Icky, please. Please get rid of Icky. Fight, fell, and feed. So, things that let us do more damage. Happy Flower would be nice for more energy. This deck would definitely appreciate a little bit more of that. Let's start with that. Can't quite afford the Waffle, but I could take Omamori. Or I can take something like Rapid Strikes or Guardian Whirl. Heck it, let's buy Omamori too. Just take 2 relics here at the shop. 2 common ones, and see if we can't get something good for that later. I have played all of the characters in this mod before. Yes, scot-free. Every last one of them. They're all pretty dang cool. Champ is definitely my favorite of the ones that I remember. Remember Hexaghost being a little complicated. I actually would really like to replay Hexaghost, see if they've simplified that a bit. Be in Berserker, please. Thanks. Gain 3 energy and then exhaust it. You don't say. Yeah. And all that. Face slap. Deal 14 damage twice if enemy is vulnerable. Berserker combo apply to vulnerable. The Slapitude. Oh, there's Chain Lash and it says plus. This turn your skill bonus effects are increased by 3. So when we combo our stances by playing more skills, we will get more stuff for doing so. I'll take it. Also a 0 cost card, which goes great with the fact that I didn't even take a real boss relic. I started in Berserker, so let's change to defensive. That'll activate twice. Good. Both have the same health, so we'll target the one in the back. Oh, actually, the Vigor does apply to both hits. I was incorrect in my assumption earlier. Well, that's good to know. In defensive, so this will be draw 4. Good. So now, skill bonuses are bigger. So I'll gain tons of vigor for playing these defensive cards. Can't quite kill you. Block twice if any mini is weak. No, applies weak. Perfect. Beautiful fart. Yeah, Stance seems crazy good, because you can expect to get either damage from a Berserker combo, or block from a defensive combo. Berserker skill bonuses are better. I actually like Set a Trap quite a bit, now that I've seen it more. It's a good way to apply Weaken, although we're still focused on dealing our damage a little bit better. This Chronorang's pretty good for that. Let's draw 2 attacks. Helps me do more damage. Draw 3? Good lord. What? I'll take the Chronorang. See how we feel about that. I played Ascender's Bane with the blank cards? That's so rude. Alright. Well, that's... yeah. That's real. 2 more attacks. I think all of our cards cost random amounts seems pretty bad, actually. Especially if that random amount is 3. It's literally just 3. Alright, well, heck. Guess I'll ignore pain for 1 turn and try again. But now it's 27, you know? Problems Town is occurring. Block 10 counter. To be in defensive stance. Okay, enter a stance or get another card next turn. I think I want to be in defensive stance again. Please, you must cease your assault, sir. You have to. Or I'm gonna perish. Here we go. Oh yeah, and the text is highlighted as to which one we're getting. Good. In Berserker. Go defensive shout, defend, strike, preemptive strike. I don't know if that's gonna kill. I don't. Yes, exactly. Good. Just barely. Ooh, Sigil of Victories. Trigger your current stance's skill bonus 4 times. And that's going to combo exceptionally well with Chain Lash. Because then they get like a multiplicative bonus. Give me that. Upgrade is 6? 6 times? Wow. Also definitely down for more zero-cost stuff at the moment. We're going to have to fight an elite shortly. Probably this one, I'm thinking. Go this way here. Upgrade, relic, figure it out from there. Probably going to upgrade either Chronorang for more damage and draw 1 more attack. Maybe Sigil of Victory. This doesn't exhaust. If there's anything else I can get for better card draw, it's probably the way to go. So yeah, Chronorang upgrade looking good. Let's do that. Bottled Flame, not interested. Although Bottled Crown Orang is actually not bad, because then I can just guaranteed draw 3 attacks on turn 1. But if I take the blue key, we can break it at a later res site for 100 souls. That'll give me 10 max HP. Very, very valuable. The book next to the blank card is Dolphin's Style Guide. We draw 1 extra card on the turn after we end our turn with no stance. And Lethialel asks, is there a way to get a fully unlocked downfall file somewhere? Yes, you can edit the Slay the Spire files. Let's see, they're in your Slay the Spire directory. Files, maps, Spire. The unlocks and such are all stored in the preferences folder of Slay the Spire. STS player, STS data defect, STS data silent, and then there's a corresponding save file for each of the modded characters. You can open up these files with a text editor and change the ascension level in order to unlock all the ascensions. I don't know if anybody's written a guide for this exact sort of thing, but I didn't find it too difficult when I did it myself. But that's the place to go. Go to Slay the Spire, Preferences, and the files in there can be edited. Wow, a free draw 4. Thank you, blank card. That was sweet as heck. And if I can get into Berserker, I can now gain 4 energy? I totally can. Sweet. I'm definitely thinking about using the Blessing of the Forge to upgrade all of these cards. This looks like a fantastic turn 1. On a lot of levels. But I'll play Circumvent first. Circumvent, upgrade potion. I don't believe I have links banned Flutterdash, so please feel free to, if you've got a link there, share it up. Okay, we've got Chronorang too, which can draw 3 attacks. Even better. Hold on, we need to make room in hand then. Okay, so I won't upgrade the Berserker's Shout. She waits. Complicated. Do you want to get Preemptive Strike and upgrade that? That'd be really good. So, how do I make that happen? My hand is too full. Oh, I don't exit Berserker Stance, right? So I can go Berserker Stance, Refreshment, then Chronorang. Okay, good. So I do gain, when I play these cards, I do gain the combo bonus from the previous stance. Did you notice that? We had 1 skill combo left when I play the Shout. All 3. Oh, did not get Preemptive Strike, unfortunately. Could Gambler's Brew for it, but I don't think I'm going to. Probably going to do something like Execute, Chain Lash, Strike to just kill him. There's a defensive shout in there somewhere. Maybe I don't use the Blessing of the Forge, actually. Oh, there's an in-game mod menu for it. Even better. Rather than mucking around with it, directly editing save files. That's beautiful. You can play challenge as well. We have to finish you. A little bit here. Only 8 damage. No potion used yet. We do 13 to the front guy with the counter. Not bad, all things considered. Not bad at all. Fetch a finisher from the draw pile. So there are no finishers in the draw pile. So I should only use that to get back into a defensive stance. Nice. It's a combo gain 8 block. A 15, 15 twice. Play this here, then this here. Take 10 more, but we win the play. Good stuff. We get 35 gold, a whetstone, upgrading 2 random attacks, and we're offered another stance if we want one. I'll consider it. Definitely going to take whetstone. We upgrade the preemptive strike, it's now free. Love to see that. Not sure about these. More stinky unupgraded cards. So our immediate pressure is making sure we're doing enough damage. What about the blocking game? Blocking is nice. Doesn't really feel like these help that much for blocking. We'll skip them all. Oh no! I gave the snake plant strength. Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. However, think of all the counter I'm about to gain by Chain Lash, Sigil of Victory. Really not going to block for much here. Doesn't feel like the Gambler's Brew necessarily helps. Sigil of Victory. We could upgrade with Blessing of the Forge. That's also not really necessarily helping. Unless I can kill with 81 counter, which I don't think I'm able to do, but actually, wait. Okay. Let's see how this does. .62 counter, not quite enough. Dang. A second Chain Lash? Honestly, yes please. Actually no, another Circumvent. That's card draw and block. That's what we need more pressingly. Break our Sapphire Key to gain 10 max health, and then Sleep to gain some health. Back up to 50 here. Don't think it's worth it to fight a merchant at the moment. Guess we should go, like, this way? That feels right. Ignoring pain. Okay, then. That's also not necessarily what I wanted to do, but you know how it is. Get a ton of counter here. Perfect. Not in Berserker, right? That's right. There's Preemptive Strike. Perfect. So now we want to gain a lot of counter. Stance into defensive. Activate Sigil of Victory. Last Strike gives me more counter and block. Preemptive Strike now does 40 damage to all enemies for 0 cost. Oh. Beautiful. None of these feel all that good. I guess I could maybe use another Bring It On, but I don't really want one. Camel Crush says, kind of annoying that you have to hover to see what stance you're in. The sprite that the champ is using does indicate his current stance. I didn't take that second Chain Lash. Took something else. I understand. I agree. I do wish the crowns changed colors or indicated in a little bit more clear of a way. And I think it's a little bit more apparent if you're using the non-naked champ sprite. Not sure if I should upgrade Sigil of Victory or Good Clean Fight. I think I'll upgrade Sigil. Activate a skill bonus 6 times. Sounds pretty wild. Claudzer, thank you so much for 17 months of support. Gain figure. No, I want to gain counter. I can't gain counter. I understand. Very well. Go defend, bring it on. Preempt them. Keep hitting Chosen? Now the bird will outright die, actually, if I do this. Let's just kill the bird. Rip bird. Deal damage equal to your block twice. Gain 2 frail. Defensive combo. Lose 2 frail. It's kind of neat. Equal to your block. I could keep switching stances here to gain more counter and vigor, but each card I play will add more days to the draw pile. I'm not necessarily looking to do here. Yeah, Berserker stance is the fists raised, defensive stance is the hand outstretched. Oh, I can fetch a finisher from the draw pile, right? I have no energy, though. I don't want to do that. Trigger your current stance skill bonus 5 times. Perfect. When you enter a stance, trigger the skill bonus twice. That would help a lot. This one's upgraded, though. Gain 5 block, 5 counter. And it gets better if you're in a defensive combo. I think we want Technical Jig. And am I going to mess with an elite? It's not the 3 slavers, so the answer is, I think yes. I'll mess with the Book of Stabbing. And I start with 14 stacks of vigor. Heck yeah. Still need a multi-hit that can really take advantage of that, though, you know? Alright, you can't hurt me. Or can you? Ton of counter. Ton of vigor. No, I want a Berserker Shout, Skill of Victory, Executes, but then I'm not gaining block. We do a ton of damage, though. And we get bonus draw next turn. Seemed important. Fetch a finisher from the draw pile. No such thing. I think a stance into defensive to draw 4 off refreshments. That also lets you play Bring It On for a ton of block. Perfect. The Book of Stabbing 1 strength is a little spooky. Thinking Technical Jig, Good Clean Fight, Chain Lash, and then Bottled Technique. Bring It On. Get back into a stance. I could also enter Berserker stance here. And stack a bunch of vigor. It matters. This. So big bonus to counter now. 36 counter. Gain more counter. Enter Berserker. Beautiful. Well, that's 1 dead book. Not too bad. We get a preserved insect, making future elites easier to kill. Gut Punch. Any stance combo, enter Ultimate Stance for 1 turn. Counts as both defensive and Berserker stances. If you leave this stance before it expires, immediately re-enter it. That sounds pretty cool. I want to try that. Yes, please. So I can Sigil of Victory into Execute after Berserker Shout for really big damage here. We might as well play Refreshment. Might as well. Really defensive. Rough war. Good. Kill the cultist instantly? Do I do the same thing to the Chosen? Maybe better to do the Chosen as our first target here. And then I could enter defensive stance, or I can draw one more card next turn. Let's draw one more card next turn. Since I have the bonus energy after all. So any stance combo, enter ultimate stance. I gotta try it. Ultimate stance. Counts as berserker and defensive for all purposes. So skill bonuses, yes. Gain 2 vigor and 3 counter. Mm-hmm. And we'll re-enter it immediately, right? So I can play Bring It On, leave the stance, re-enter the stance, and reset the... Oh, man. Wow. OP. Vicious Mockery for stacking more vigor seems good. I'm still really waiting for a card that hits like 3 or 4 times. Skip that. Does the vanilla skin do those poses too? Yes, not those exact poses. They're actually animated poses, so they look even better. Let's stick with Double Gamblers, bro, as we go into the Gunslinger Fight here. 36 health. I have to say I'm a little bit concerned about what this guy is going to be able to do for us. Do to us, excuse me. The Hermit. Oh no. Necronomicon. Philosopher's Stone. Oh, he gives me a strength. How nice. Pennib. Pennib Necronomicon? Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Wheel of Fortune. Whenever you strike Hermit with an attack, its leftmost card is discarded, and it draws a card. Every 6 times this happens, the Hermit gains 1 strength. So, it's like a Writhing Mass boss, except it's... You're enabled to... You know ahead of time what the next intent is. So it's Writhing Mass boss plus Tetris intent showing. I like it. I like it a lot. So if we hit the Hermit, we discard Strike and draw Desperado. Deal 14, gain 2 Frail. Imagine that's only going to get worse. Let's see. Wide Open. Deal 8 damage, apply 2 vulns. It's defensive. This would be a good time for Ignore Pain, actually. Skill bonus gains 6 counter. Actually, no, we've got Bring It On and such. Perfect. Have some counters, sir. 48 of it, if you don't mind. Ooh, I wish I could Gut Punch, but we're out of energy here. I want to enter a stance, or do I want to draw a card? I want to draw a card. Alright, what do you got? There's 2 vuln, hold up. 9 block, 2 weak. Gain 2 weak. Gain 2 rugged. Gain 2 vulnerable. Gestalt. Interesting. Up next, Itchy Trigger with Necronomicon. 2 Consteel 12, Dead On. Dead On is if it's in the middle slot of your hand, from what I remember. Thinking about using Crown Orang to try to get Challenge into my hands. I guess I should get Technical Jig in play. Technical Jig, Berserker Shout, good clean fight. If I play the Cranarang, the wide open is discarded. Ghost and Beans, what is the Gunslinger's favorite board game? Chutes and Ladders. No refunds. Now I am a Berserker man. I think what I want to do is discard Itchy Trigger. Just go good, clean fight, defend here. Don't play the Execute. Although it would do good damage. Upgrade all strikes and defends this combat. This can upgrade them any number of times. Reduce your debuffs. He's got Hand of Greed, too, so I'll have to hit him 2 times to ignore that. We can challenge, though. That's going to be OP. Currently in Berserker stance. Going to do 36 damage twice. Hot. Get him. Put on the curse. Play all strikes in your hand on random targets. Neat. So now he's got a strike +2. And a strike plus. Spooky. So let's go. Bring it on. Send back into defensive. Draw more cards. Okay, this actually doesn't seem like too bad of a boss. He's not really scaling, necessarily. Although there is the risk of that pen nib, right? Gotta be careful about that. Currently in Berserker stance. This hand is terrible. It's rugged. I think that was clear to me. Don't want to open up ourselves to Itchy Trigger here. Although I don't also want to become vulnerable, I suppose. Okay, he doesn't even play it. Aha! So we can just completely ruin his turn. Good. Or so if I play the preemptive strike, he'll discard Hole Up, add Hand of Greed, play just all Itchy Trigger, and that might make then Hand of Greed free. That'd be a terrible, terrible turn for us. Ultimate Stance. So wait, Refreshment is going to be both of those? That's OP. Ultimate Stance. Get him. GG, you stinky nerd. Oh, that just takes me in and out of the stance. Hot. Get him. GG. Okay, that boss fight was a lot easier than our first one. I tend to find in Downfall that the first act is actually the hardest by far. And then, almost like Monster Train, the further you get into the run, the more absurd your deck becomes. Another chance at a clobber here. You want a way to gain block. We're certainly able to scale up our attack damage pretty well at this point, so being able to turn that into block is pretty good. Word of Strike also works well with our skill spam. I think I'll take a clobber. Oh, Victorious Crown. Start each combat in ultimate stance, lasting for 2 turns. That seems pretty absurd. Other options are gain an energy. But who needs energy when you're in ultimate stance? That means we could just play finishers ridiculously. But the downside of the Victorious Crown here is that this only has an effect for the first 2 turns of a fight. So we'll definitely be at a disadvantage in longer boss fights. But the shorter fights, oh boy. We're going to destroy them. They have reached the beyond. So, we need to kill the merchant now. In fact, we only have one more chance to kill the merchants. Otherwise, we might not be going to Act 4. I'd say it's much more difficult to get to Act 4 in a run of Downfall. Not necessarily 100% consistently possible like it is in regular Slay the Spire. And that's because you have to kill the merchant, and because you have to get the keys and then later break them. Guess we'll go for the slightly later in the act merchants, and we'll see what happens here. Innate. Innate seems pretty good with ultimate stance, actually. Yeah. Killing merchant is not required to go to Act 4 anymore. If that's true, then good. Very good. I do still like Gut Punch. Oh, gosh. Well, I guess I'm losing it. Those other cards are better. Alright, Mr. Merchant Man. It's time. Duel. So I should get the skill bonus of both stances twice. Yes. And if you exit the stance, you go back into it. Holy moly. It's a good turn. Yes! Yes! Double yes. This is extremely busted. So if I enter defensive, I immediately go back into ultimate, right? That's right. Likewise, if I play Bring It On, I immediately go back into ultimate stance. Next time you receive attack damage, deal 126 damage back. Okay. I guess I don't mind if I do. Bye! So when you kill the merchant, you get 300 souls, plus any souls the merchant has stolen from you previously. Oh, I'm definitely taking Moment of Truth. Give me that. Sacrifice. The Evil Within. Add a random boss card to your hand. Oh, and it like shows some of the boss cards? That's cool. It's a really cool card. Yeah, there's a ×4 hit card. The Guardian Whirl honestly seems insanely good with her ability to stack Vigor. Chemical X plus Reinforced Body is here. Guria is here, although I don't think I'd be able to lift enough times for that to be worthwhile. The Guardian Whirl. Strategy Potion lets you choose a stance card. Stim Pack, enter ultimate stance for 1 turn. Good stuff. This really does feel like our boss relic is just says enter divinity stance on turn 1, equivalent. Pretty powerful. Alright, let's lose one of our basic strikes. Anything else I want to do here? I could still go Chemex Reinforced. Actually feels pretty good. Let's do that. You fool, I am too powerful for you. Upgraded Headbutt. Perfect Strike. 8 damage plus 3 additional for all cards containing Strike. Upgrades to 4. It's just better than Perfected Strike. I like that. Apologies, Shallow Thought. I definitely do not remember the automaton well enough to know to what you refer. Not a clue. I'll fight these nerds. So far, nobody's given me a challenge. Maybe they will. I played Stance right at the start. Perfect. Basically just a free offering. That's kind of absurd. So, we want to play the Guardian Whirl. How do I get that to happen? I have to play Circumvent to defend, but then I can't afford to do that. Give me a defensive combo card, I guess. Still not good enough, huh? Guess we shall do it this way. Seems like it's going all right. That's ultimate stance for you. Dead Branch. Whenever you exhaust a card, add a random card to your hand. Don't mind if I do. And I am super taking more copies of Refreshment because they're obscene. They're just free card draw and energy if I'm in ultimate stance. So far, nothing's lasted long enough for me to exit ultimate stance either. Max 2 elites from here. Let's fight this one. First up, the Reptomancer, the tiny Reptomancer with plus strength. Terrifying. Definitely terrifying. Just need to play Guardian Whirl. If possible. Oh, Moment of Truth is appropriate enough. So that'll give me the block I need to play Guardian Whirl. Enchant Sword. Choose a card in hand, increase its damage by 8 for this combat. That's kind of neat. Guess I could actually just use Preemptive Strike instead of Guardian Whirl. Block with Clobber, looking pretty good. That poor lady. She got clobbered. Shield throw is pretty good. Another Chain Lash has got to be better, though. Please let me stack more skill bonus. Please. Pen Nib is excelente. Get that Chain Lash upgraded. Yes. Built to full, lose 16 max. Seems like a bad deal. You actually need the money. Instead of getting 333, you spend 333 here. That's interesting. Leave wondering what could have been. Almost want to rest at this last fire. Just make sure I have enough health to get to Act 4. Feels like we're strong enough otherwise. Let's do it. Give me a sleep. A free strike, oh boy. This is not a great turn 1, you know? Go ahead and use my Gambler's Brew here. It's a bit better. Cool. And all of that carries over to next turn, so we can just build up an obscene amount of stuff here. And then, yeah. Have a free shot. You little weakling. Beautiful. 152 vigor, 165 counter. How's it going, Chrono? Thank you so much for the 42 months of support. Beep. Nice. Get the strike dummy, making Champ's strike cards deal 3 more. Champ's got a lot of cards that say strike, so that's cool for him. Ooh, an upgraded Bring It On feels pretty nice. Second copy of Technical Jig, not bad either, but I think we want additional finishers at the moment. Upgraded Bring is great. Slime Soup. When you enter a rest site, begin the next combat with a prepare card costing 0. Don't know what that means exactly, but we'll see. You come across a dapper-looking, cheery gremlin. Despite your menacing appearance, he seems unfazed, though you do catch him hesitantly glancing backstage. It's time to spin the wheel. Are you ready? Team 6 outcomes. Oh boy. A gift. Again? What do you mean again? Again? Again! Gremlin nervously looks over his shoulder but quickly relaxes. You see eye him gesturing with his hand but disregard it. Now, friend, the wheel has fairly decided your reward. No one gets a second spin. Again! Knob! A lumbering gremlin emerges from the shadows, towering over the gremlin, the table, and you. My friend here suggests you take what the wheel has offered. Obtain a relic or fight and gain the gremlin wheel. We gotta know what this is. Fight. It's a gremlin knob plus a sneaky gremlin. Since you can encounter this in Act 1, I imagine The fight is balanced for that. Get the Wheel of Change. At each rest site, you may spin the wheel. Choosing to collect its reward uses up this relic. That's pretty cool. And 100 souls, which is very valuable. Maybe the relic was better, but I had to know what we get. I like it. I like it a lot. Oh, Pennib is here. Heck yeah. But I gotta do Chain Lash first? Interesting. Well, actually, hold on. One has to know. Yeah. This does 7 damage 2 times. Bring it on, Joe Worms. Oh, I should have Chain Lash first. Oops. It's all good. One more Chain Lash with feeling. Yeah. Alright, our Act 3 boss is a 500 health Silent. The Silent has Kunai, Ornamental Fan, Shuriken, and Mummified Hand, but the Fusion Hammer, probably meaning not many upgraded cards here. Love Tap, thank you so much for 2 months of keeping it cozy. Much love to you. Looks like a tempting time for the Snecko Oil, perhaps. Do I have to fight another boss here? It's deeply unclear. Alright, pretty good turn one. We did like 200 damage here. Definitely don't want to give the Silent strength. Feels like a pretty bad idea. "36 damage to all enemies 4 times. Okay. Don't mind if I do. Do take a bit of damage here. That's okay. Ow. Ah! Well, we get to ignore pain. Unfortunately, not in a stance here. So Chain Lash Sigil of Victory does nothing. Boss is almost dead, though. I don't feel the need to use the potion right now. Wait, what's your ability? First time you play a card that costs 2 or more each turn, Silent gains 2 shivs. I definitely missed that. Okay. Oh, that's right. We lost our enter ultimate stance for 1 turn card, didn't we? Headbutt Berserker Shout, though. Oh, he's blocked for a bunch. They're only going to gain more and more strength, though. Only in a bit of a pickle here. Okay. Yeah, essentially one turn to set ourselves up here. His Berserker stance. I'm concerned. Seem to run out of momentum. Vulnerable 2 weak. Are the relics on the bosses random? I believe that each adventurer has a specific setup that they'll use if they're the boss of a particular act. So, for example, if you fight Silent as your Act 3 boss, it'll always be this exact set of Silent cards and this exact set of relics. There's no random variation there. I'm gonna go, do I play good clean fight? I really need to not draw it again, I think is the thing. So yeah, I'll do it. Spooker. This is like pile driver defend? Yikes. Doesn't feel good. Okay, fine. That got better, unfortunately. I'll gain 10 block for exiting this too. Okay. Bonk. That reduces the damage output substantially. Could gain 12 vigor and then attack for big number. Don't think it's worth it. Let's just try to headbutt a card that might let me finish this lady to death. Need to get back into a stance. Oh, right, and I gave her shits. Crap. Ow! She's a spooky lady, man. Okay, we survived the silent fight. I believe since we're on A20, we have to fight another boss. I brought him back. Uh-oh. The merchant is here. Terrifying. That's good. Be a good turn. I'll tell you that already. Just do Bring It On Guardian Whirl. It's gonna be hard to beat that. Yeah. played the bomb. Gotta watch out for the bomb. Just activate my skill bonus 6 times. Sound good? Yeah. If the enemy is a boss, do damage 2 more times. If not, stun it. That's cool. You a boss? You sound like you're a boss. Stunned. And killed. GG, Mr. Merchant Man. Two thump, two thump, two thump, a comforting heartbeat can be felt throughout the room. Are you at the end? Is your purpose fulfilled? You feel something evil at your very core. It's a new pair of abs developing from pure strength. You give 1679 souls back to the heart. It squirms in elation, pounding forevermore. Have you truly done enough? The heart pulses louder and louder as your consciousness begins to fade. A sudden burst of energy emanates from inside you, jolting you awake. The heart retreats, sensing an approaching threat. The fight is not over yet. Interesting. I'm used to having the merchant rematch occur in Act 4. What happens now in Act 4? We fight the merchant again? Oh, interesting. Arise! Oh, this is completely new. Well, heck. Last Gasp, Caltrops Plus. When this character dies, all characters, including you, gain 5 thorns. When this character dies, all characters including you gain 2 rugged and 2 vulnerable. Rugged reduces unblocked damage taken. Watcher. All characters including you gain 8 vigor. This looks pretty tough. Only there was some way for me to murder them all just kind of instantly. Do that. A bit of damage here. Strike, strike! Oh, and oh, Niao is helping? I did not see that. Niao is helping in the back there. That's rude. Last Stand. Once you get below half health, remove all debuffs, gain 6 strength. Interesting. Definitely want a headbutt moment of truth here. The bonuses. Enter a stance you aren't in. Sure. Go with silent. That's the one with the most health? Why not, right? Oh, we're still hiding back there. That's funny. I've got 5 thorns. Oh, and you get the buff every turn. Oh, this could get interesting. But if I can't finish her off, that'd be very awkward. Are you gonna do anything? No? I'm fine with that, I guess. Alright. There we go. 28 souls, the Art of War. If we don't play any attacks during our turn, gain an additional energy on the next turn. Actually, rather tempted to take Taunt. Let's take a Taunt. 1 weak, 1 Vul might help in the final battle. Wonder if you fight the Merchant here, if it's not dead. Arbel. We do have a rest site next. Okay, whenever you enter a rest site, if you have at least 10 non-upgraded cards in your deck, upgrade it 1 at random. I love that. I really love that as a core concept. Rope-a-dope could be good. Second potion could be good. Maybe Panacea. I could also see Nunchaku being okay for some energy. I'm a little worried that we might not have what it takes for the final battle, although I do remember the final battle being a lot easier in Downfall. I guess I'll go Block Potion. Crooked. Good strike. Definitely not bad, I suppose. We could stack a lot of Vigor. This could be really nice. Neat. Interesting. Oddly tempted by Chrysalis here. I guess we'll pick up this Crooked Strike. Give it a chance. Okay. Spin the wheel is a free action. Yeah. Settling in by the fire, you decide to see if you have better luck with the wheel than on your last attempt. Spin the wheel. Aha! The same luck as before. Obtain a relic. Deck as washers. At the start of each combat, draw 3 extra cards and add a Dazed into the draw pile. That's perfect. We need our turn 1 to be as spicy as possible, and this will definitely help with that. The Dazed is not even bad because of the Dead Branch. Success! You found what you're looking for and just in time. Crack! You might have been a little rough with that last spin. The wheel has been broken. And now we may either rest or recall. We're missing enough health. I'll rest. Rest or upgrade, excuse me. And now we face the god of life. Hero's Spirit. When Meow uses a buff intent, she gains 6 strength and 2 thorns, 5 mantra, or 2 random curses, depending on the current hero spirit. Ironclad currently. Has the same invincible buff as the heart, can only lose a few hundred health per turn, and heals 3 whenever we play a card rather than doing damage to us. Oh, it's the 3 characters from before, so 2 Thorns, 5 Mantra, and 2 Random Curses. Spooky. Oh, we're going to have a really good first couple of turns, though. Chain Lash in the opening hand is what you want to see. For sure. Next turn, gain 2 energy, draw 2. Do some stuff. Enter ultimate stance for 2 turns. So I can just extend that for 2 more turns? Is that what you're telling me? Because if so, I like what you're telling me. Yes! Yes! 4 turns of ultimate stance. We've got Crooked Strike here with our Vigor, too. Now the current problem is that my hand is too full. Guess that's not really a big problem, huh? Let's go Crooked Strike, Execute for some big damage here. I also have 87 counter ready now. And we get an even better turn next turn. Lots of stinky curses. Niao adds a whole bunch of the special curses. When you play another card, muddle your hands, or reroll the cost of all cards in your hand, then discard this. Or we can pay 2 to not lose the Bewildered. Not muddle our hand. I think I'll just play a 0-cost card. Only kind of worked. Vigor Potion and Blessing of the Forge. Okay. Curses. 2 more turns. Alright, let's play this. Throw pretty weak attacks. What's the random card? It's another good clean fight, huh? It's getting spooky. Chain Lash for next turn. Get rid of that. Stop giving me those. Okay, Ultimate Stance is over, huh? That's a little unfortunate. We didn't get to play this refreshment. Although we're mostly done with the fight, so maybe everything's fine? 2 more curses. And draw and add Ethereal to all cards in your hand. Need Defensive Stance, and fetch the Bring It On. So if I don't play the Icky, it simply goes away. These also go away. Can't even play Enchant Sword, because there's a poor time for that move. He knows what's up. Alright, Dead Branch definitely helping. Here we go. End of your turn, transform all cards in hand to random status cards. Terrifying. Just terrifying. Seems like a decent time for the Blessing of the Forge. It says, if your counter is used this turn, gain a riposte. So yeah, we can spam counter this turn. That'll be pretty good. $16 counter. Can't get into Berserker. So I'll lose half the counter if I use the Preemptive Strike, but I think that's still worth it, right? Probably don't want to have this thing here, huh? Seems like a bad idea. This pot gives us another 10 vigor, 10 more damage on our next hit. Oh, and we were gonna muddle too. I did not notice that. Actually, very, very good. Beautiful. Okay, post dealing at 66 damage. Good. Oh yeah, thorns. Starting to get spooky though. 90 damage! Oh, went to Divinity! I think I'm gonna die. I think I'm gonna die. Now deals triple damage this turn. Spooky. Challenges here. Could do Defensive Shout, Bring It On, Double Challenger? Is that enough to stay alive? I don't think so. So I have to figure out how to kill it. Doesn't seem likely. Oh, and I get to reinforce body at the end, actually. Well, give me a defensive combos, I guess. That helps, kind of. Oh, that was my best block. Oh, let's see. If I bring it on... Challenge, reinforce. Do I survive? That is the question. Bring It On is 20 block. This is 8 times 2 because of the thorns. So we're currently at 43, accounting for health and block, plus 20 from Bring It On, plus... and then 8 times 4, which is 32. 95. Yeah, we'll live. And we can even play the challenge twice. It's the same as using the reinforced body. Okay, that'll work then. But I might perish next turn, depending on this, right? Can't do a whole lot here. Can we get the kill, or is it all over here at the 11th hour? Doesn't look like there's a whole lot I can do. Wait, pendant! If I use the Vigor Potion with the Pen Nib, that'll be enough damage. It's our most damaging attack. The Headbutt or the Strike Plus. Okay. So we'll go bring it on first. Chain Lash. Or do I want the Vigor Potion on this? We can make 50 block? Yeah, I want to do that. Okay. Strike. Vigor Potion. 50 damage plus block. And you die to the Retaliate. Good. GG, Mr. Whale. Very close. Actually, wait. Ah! Wait a minute. I sense a problem. Help! Help! I need block. Okay. So we go Adrenal Armor, 8 block. Chain Lash, Death Blow. Yeah, we're there. Never... Oh, wait. Oh, 6 Thorns! Oh, no. I didn't notice that the Thorns went from 4 to 6. Well, heck. You know what? That just seems fitting. You and me both, Whale. Oh, Shatter removes the enemy's block. I didn't even notice that. You and me both, Whale. GG. GG. Yes, we did have a kill with Shatter there, but I don't have all the cards memorized. Dueling Glove. Barbell and the Deflecting Bracers. GG. What a run. I'll take that. I'll take that. That was great. I'm counting that as a win, personally. Like, we don't get to see the credit screen, but it's functionally the same thing as a winning run. Good time. All right, well, we're going to do more. I want to play the standard Hermit character next. We'll do an A20 run with this guy. But first, it's going to be break time. Going to refill the legs, stretch the water. When I return, we'll give the Hermit a go. BRB. Folks, don't go nowhere. Alrighty, folks, we are back. Thank you for your patience. Sanji Bruno in chat asks, can I use this mod if I have STS on GOG? I'm not I don't think so. I remember hearing somebody say they were able to get mods working on the Game Pass version, the Xbox Game Pass. But I never heard of anybody making it work on GOG. Yeah, we'll see, RKS. I'm looking forward to seeing what we can get done. I'll play on A20 with the Hermit. Another try. Start of each combat, we gain a memento. Hermit has a middling amount of max HP. No starting bonus for us, as this is our first run, and we're playing a normal, quote-unquote, run of Slay the Spire, fighting the bosses from the perspective of the hero. I know that we have a very easy one-hit point elite option here, and if we're really, really lucky, we'll even get 2 one-hit point elites. That's pretty cool. I'll take it. Dead on oh man, we've got like a whole tutorial thing. This is cool. Dead on cards trigger their special effect if positioned in the middle of your hand. In even hands, both of the middle cards count, even if they're the only cards you have. You got it. So what's our starting deck? 4 strikes, 4 defends, snapshot, deal 5 damage if it's in the middle of your hand, gain 8 block, or covet. Draw 1 card, discard 1 card. Discarded curses get exhausted. And this is the memento. Memento is a curse. Apply 1 vulnerable to everyone. Interesting. Hermit's got a very delightful animated sprite. Beautiful custom art. No reused art as far as I can tell for this character. A fully up to quality modded character. So what are these? Vantage, block, and upgrade 2 or 3 random cards in your hand for the rest of combat if it's in the middle of your hand. Deal 7 damage, repeat on a random enemy for each dead-on effect you've played this turn. So for every dead-on card you've played. Or deal 5 if dead-on gains strength. Oh, I like a way to gain strength permanently. Yeah, I'm gonna take the strength gain card for sure. What I'd like to do, at least initially to start here, is work on being able to consistently activate dead-on effects. That means having maybe some draw, some discard, something like that. I think this guy wants to remove strikes first, but I haven't played enough of him to know for sure. Lose some max health to get the golden idol. Bonus cash from here on out, sure thing. And a giant treasure chest. That means we got not 1, but 2 elites with only 1 hit point, and then I'll probably fight the burning elite afterwards. Can't you rearrange your hand? No. That is not allowed. Well, an early Toxic Egg is definitely going to be beautiful. I mean, that's Toxic Egg after only 1 combat. That's as early as it can possibly happen. Followed by a membership card. Yeah, you can rearrange via drawing cards, you can rearrange via playing cards. You can't just drag them around in your hand. This gives you a curse. Whenever you draw a curse, gain block, and a lot of it too. Interesting. Well, I'm definitely going to take the membership card. So we have money for not Shadow Cloak. I could exactly buy Eye of the Storm, or I can remove a card. I think removing 1 of the defends now would be a pretty good idea also. To shrink that starting deck down a lot. And that's what I'm going to do. Got 2 more free combats coming up after all. We've got this is a really good long-term investment start. Golden Idol, membership card, Toxic Egg on floor 5. Plus easy elite killing. Absurd. Just absurd. Hey there, Michael Mayhem. It's good to be back. Really enjoying the full release of Downfall so far. We just had a champ run, essentially tie with Niao. I had a winning line, but then I borked it slightly, so we both died. What happens if you and the Ancient of Resurrection die at the same time? That seems like something that would activate some sort of ancient prophecy. Yeah. Wait. Oh, you discard first and then you draw. Fascinating. Dead on. Apply directly to the forehead. First relic is a happy flower. We get one of Champ's pizzazz potions. I guess those aren't a Champ specific thing. Just a common potion. Maintenance plus. Oh, that's right. There's this archetype. Upgrade all strikes and defends this combat. This can upgrade them any number of times. So you can do strike plus 2, plus 3, plus 4 by playing this card over and over again. Retain, deal 9, play all strikes in your hand and random targets. Okay, I'm seeing why defend removals might be preferred on this character. You can even add new strikes to your to your deck. High caliber, deal 12, add a strike to your discard pile. Is every upgrade a plus 3 flat? I believe so. Yeah, just 3 each time. And this actually doesn't do anything numerically immediately. There's no block or attack on this card. I don't want that. I'm not sure I want any of these cards. What's your upgrade showdown? 1 cost. Oh, 18 and a strike plus. Well, that's way better. Wow. That is a much better card. Yeah, actually, I'll take that and upgrade that. That's gonna let me kill something. Well, these cards, they've got the right borders and everything. The skills have different corners than the attacks. The art is different shaped. Got a square here, pentagon here. Whoa, man, early Gremlin Horn also fantastic. Card draw and energy whenever something dies. So we always start with that, huh? That's good. Satisfying. And now I have ice cream. What an amazing Act 1. Holy crap. Called Shot. Deal damage equal to your hand size. Lone Wolf. Choose a card. It costs 0 this combat, and then discard the rest of your hand. Targeted Madness. Or 16 block for 1 cost, but it makes me weak for 2 turns. I think that's a good enough block card. I'll take it for now. I might regret the weaken, but we might also find ways to negate that weaken. Pick it up. Yes, Uthas, Dead On works if it's the only card in your hand, or if you only have 2 cards in your hand. That does upgrade draw 1. That's a really good upgrade, actually. This is 710. Okay, let's upgrade Covet. Seems like I've got health to spare, given that we haven't actually fought anything yet this act. Note that we still have 2 easy pool encounters left. We only fought the starting encounter, and then there have been no other regular combats this act. Very unusual. And yet... 1 click to get a red candle. Whenever an attack deals 2 unblocked damage, we apply 2 soul burn, which is damage 3 turns later. So essentially all of our attacks do 2 more damage. Pretty good. That's a Hexaghost mechanic, soul burn. Alright, our first real fight. These nerds. So if I play high caliber and defend, then I will technically be activating. Cool, yeah, so we go defend, high caliber, Deadeye. Target the weakest one. I'm not going to play this Memento, as I do not want to become vulnerable. I love that this has Retain. It's a really good card. Alright, let's destroy this. Not going to play it since it doesn't work on them. Nothing in the draw pile. Bank the 1 energy rather than playing 2 defends, which I could have done. Nice. Oh, that's right, Soulburn works with Artifact too. Might have been able to take advantage of that. Cool. Get some of our missing max health back. We're actually back to, I think, our starting value, 71. Cursed Weapon. Lose 4 health, deal 4 damage. This card permanently increases its damage by 3. I love this concept in a card. It's a meta-scaling card, but in order to abuse it, you must have infinite health. Or must constantly spend health. Very cool. What's the upgrade? Lose 1 less health. That's it. But because it's limited by the health loss, actually, that means you can play it like 33% more often, 25% more often. And once it's up to, 50 or so damage, well... Body armor plus, 16 block and add a defend plus to the discard pile. I love that one too. It's the skill version of high caliber. Black Wind. Deal damage equal to your missing health. Ethereal and exhaust. Fascinating. Let's take a body armor. Especially going into the Guardian fight here. Can buy another one for $15. 3 bruise. Bruise targets take more damage. How much more? Oh, sadistic oh, good. Oh man, chat caught on to something I hadn't even thought about. Sadistic nature. When you apply a debuff to an enemy, they take 5 or upgraded 7 damage. We have the red candle, which says whenever an attack deals unblocked damage, apply 2 soul burn. That is a status effect. So all of our attacks will always inflict status effects if they are unblocked. And that means sadistic nature is 0 cost, gain 5 strength. Okay. I think that's a really good pick in that case. And we'll even upgrade that to be 7. And this should be a wild time. Oh boy. It also works with our memento that we start each combat with. Apply 1 vulnerable to everybody. And then deal damage to them. Is this the turn? I'm gonna hold on to this for a later turn. Beautiful. I can actually just block. Otherwise I have to memento. Just block. Bonk. We're eventually going to fill the deck with strike pluses and defend pluses. I suppose that's not the worst thing in the world, huh? Well, we're definitely using the hold-up a lot. Or hold-up. Hold-up? What's the hold-up? Kid? Yeah, block is first. I wasn't quite sure. That would have been the turn for the momentum. Now I'll use it. Doesn't much matter. Good fight, Guardian. This deck feels really cool. I haven't added a whole lot of cards to it, but what we have is relics galore. Oh, man. Another chance at Blackwind here. There's also Magnum. Discard 6 cards. For each card discarded, deal 6 damage. Or Dead or Alive. Deal 8 damage X times. If fatal, gain a bounty. Gold bounty. Normal enemy, 15 gold. Elite enemy, 40 gold. Boss, 100 gold. And we have an ice cream. Oh boy. Oh boy. My only issue with this is that sadistic nature is going to make it awkward to get the bounty. But otherwise, I love this. Yeah, and we have membership cards, so we're also gaining more money. What's the upgrade on this thing, anyway? 11, okay. We're offered energy. Dome, stone, or crown. 3 pretty challenging energy relics, generally. Runic Dome makes it so that you don't see what the enemies are doing. Philosopher's Stone makes it so that enemies have more strength. Or the Busted Crown makes it so that we have less card rewards. I think with Toxic Egg, we don't want to have less card rewards. Maybe Philosopher's Stone? Just so that we can still see what the enemies are doing. We have pretty good blocks, so I'm not currently worried about being unable to mitigate. I'll be a little bit concerned about this for the hearts. Did I really only find 1 potion in Act 1? Oh yeah, because we only went through 4 fights. That makes sense. Oh my. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? Hello? What is this path? What? Yes, please? It's bounty hunting time. And maybe we'll take a few combats so we can actually get a potion or something. Bounty is 40 gold per elite killed. So we could get up to 200 gold of bounty harvested there. And there's a shop here for us to stock up, too. It's a perfect path in so many ways. Maybe we'll end up taking an extra event here. We can opt into that. We'll see. That's the only real decision to make, I think. Perfect. The fact that we keep making ourselves weak is a bit annoying, though. This is 8 normally, plus 3, 11. $23. Okay, yeah. I think it's definitely time for the Pizzazz Potion. We can do this. We get a 15 gold bounty. Interesting that it's dropped on the ground to be picked up afterwards. Midnight Plus. Gain 13 block. Add an impending doom to your hand. Unplayable. Dead on. At the end of your turn, deal 13 damage to everyone. Spooky. Gain energy up to your maximum. That sounds kind of bad with ice cream, actually. Chi trigger's okay. No, I mean, there's no reason for the Dead or Alive not to give you the money immediately like Hand of Greed does. Should just work in the same way that Hand of Greed does. Alright, I don't think I'm taking any of these. Midnight seems spooky. I don't trust it. Receive 5 bites in exchange for my strikes. Could be an interesting way to sustain ourselves, but I don't really like the loss of max health we'd be giving up. I'm gonna refuse. Alright, since we did lose our potion, I'll take 2 more combats here. Try to restore potion. Is not ideal. Don't play anything? Okay. We also don't bother playing high caliber because we're just trying to draw back into Dead or Alive. Very little else seems to matter. Discard one of these defends, just in case. Okay. Do have to take a hit here. Less thrilled about. There you are. 11 times 12. Speed potion get. Coalescence. 8 block, retain up to 3 cards this turn. That's pretty cool. I also like wide open, as that would give us a way to apply vulnerable, which is definitely going to trigger the sadistic nature too. Take wide open. Yeah, Equilibrium Light. I like it. Oof. Teen, huh? Well, if I make everybody vulnerable... Kind of tempting, actually. Just play the Memento and then kill the rat on this turn. Get into a Gremlin Horn proc. I think I'm gonna do it. Okay. I guess I could have killed that thing with Dead or Alive, huh? Gotten my bounty that way. I also guess I am vulnerable now for 3 turns. More than I want to be. Nope. My hit points? Ooh, am I gonna die to the elite? Maybe. Get some hit points. Enervate. Deal 10 damage. If it's in the middle, gain an energy, draw a card. I love that. Basically a free deal 10 attack. That's definitely my pick here. The free upgrade especially. Alright, here goes. Actually, I don't get a rest site... anywhere. But I'll buy some potions. Block potion. Yes. Put 1 card from your exhaust pile into your hand. It costs 0 this turn. Oh, cool. I can get back Dead or Alive? Neat. Very neat. They're all Deadeye cards, so I just play the one that's in the middle, except if I do that... Ascender's Bane's gonna be the one in the middle. I have to play Memento, otherwise... Guess I'll do that. Oh, but then... Oh, heck. Yeah, it doesn't even work, because Ascender's Bane keeps getting in the middle here. Rude. We might just die. Shortly. My kind folks. Won't get a bounty for killing that way. We'll be fine. If I'd used the Liquid Void to get back Memento, I could have killed that turn, but it wouldn't have been a bounty kill. Here's Dead or Alive. There's our money. We also get Boat Thingy for 10 block on turn 1. Gain block and more block for each debuff we have. I actually quite like that. We are often weak, sometimes more horrible things. Double damage. Let's take a low profile. And hopefully we can get something good in the shop. Oh yes. Draw all of your strikes and defends. Look at this card. Overwhelming Power. Gain 3 energy, draw 3 cards. Whenever you end your turn with 0 energy, lose 4 health. Really now? Ending my turn with 0 energy is a bad thing for me. Preserved Insect would definitely make the elites a lot easier to kill. Pet Ghost. The first time you would die each combat. Survive with 1 health instead. Yeah. I like it. Do some math. 86 plus 82... 81. It's 249, so I can afford Overwhelming Power, Pet Ghost, Preserved Insect. I can't also afford Fully Loaded Plus, but I think that's okay. Yeah. Well, now I feel actually very confident in just taking this path, because we have the Pet Ghost. Let's go. Yes! Power overwhelming. Beautiful. Make them vulnerable. Make them all vulnerable. Shoot him twice. I just kill him like this. Wait a minute. Overwhelming Power is a debuff? Yes. Gives us extra block. Check that out. First time we lose health each combat, draw 3 cards, so we can now activate Power Overwhelming intentionally to get even more card draw. Pen block and plated armor if it's dead on. Interesting. Deal 18 damage to a random enemy and then calculated gamble. Very interesting. I think I'm going to skip all these. Alright, next elite. If you end your turn concentrated, gain an additional energy next turn. I have no idea what that means. Presumably I can see the consecrated keyword once I pick up the relic, but not before. Well, it's a new relic. Let's take it. Oh, concentrated is a status effect that means we always activate dead on. So we don't have any cards that do that. It's a buff. Okay. In that case, I think I'll take the blue key, because I don't have anything that works with that. Get him. Beautiful. The money keeps flowing. Strike, dummy! Cards containing the text strike do 3 more damage. Very good on this character. Lots of strikes here. Although not that many in our deck at the moment. 5 more max health? Yes. Adapt. At the end of your turn, you can exhaust up to 2 cards. Gain 4 block for each card exhausted. And the upgrade makes that a lot cheaper. That's very interesting. Kind of a deck refinement. Plus block at the same time. For a 3-cost card, might not be fast enough. Yes, slow eruption. Wouldn't call that OP, necessarily. But certainly can do some good things. I don't think I'm going to be taking it here. Alright, please give me some health back. Thank you. I love that we keep drawing that on turn 1. Maybe should have Dead-Eyed first, though. That's not enough, huh? Yeah, but if I'd had strength, it would be. Well, dang. Close. Play that. It's not a great turn next turn. Maybe I should have taken damage on purpose there. Okay, we don't get the bounty, but I'll take the win. Fairy in a Bottle is here. Override our pet ghost. And a Bottle Tornado letting us bottle a power card. What does upgraded Overwhelming Power do? Oh, it just reduces the hit point loss. I think that's probably going to be my bottle. We can just have bonus card draw on turn 1. Or we could bottle Sadistic Nature, which is also not bad. But I'd rather just have the card draw, I think. Play one of the top 6 cards in your draw pile. I choose? If dead on, also count the card as being dead on. I like it. give that a try. Bottled super offering anyone? Upgrades to 8-2, that seems like a good idea. Maybe I'll upgrade the bounty card. Discard that. Okay, there's Dead or Alive. I think we want to... Not sure if we need to kill the middle one. I guess we'll do some science. Because I gotta know. Blue Slaver is typically considered a normal enemy, not an elite enemy. On its own, the Blue Slaver is an elite enemy, normal enemy. In this encounter, this is one of the three parts of the elite fight, though. So the question is, do I get 15 gold or 40 gold for killing this guy with Dead or Alive? My guess, 15 gold. But I'd like to know for sure. Oh, wait, right. Okay, I actually do not want to activate that ever. That makes sense. 40 gold. Okay, cool. And an Art of War to go with Ice Cream. Beautiful. Could take a second Body Armor Plus if we want. Do not know that I want. It's time. All right, against the boss, our goal basically just blow him up with a really big thingy. Can remove artifact layers really easily thanks to Red Candle here. Get this out of my hand. Although I could add Vuln to the minions next turn. That might be a good idea. Like to go strike. High caliber wide open to apply vulnerable here. Yes. We could also use Cheat on Dead or Alive for some hilarious action. Decided. Cheat low profile into play. This now activates. This now activates. Beautiful. Dead or Alive gets stolen by the last one. That's actually ideal, I think. Cheat in the middle here. Wait, what? Oh, this doesn't get consumed. Not sure why I thought the memento exhausted. We should have waited a bit there, actually. Maybe? Play one of the top 6. Actually, yeah, I play Memento, and cheat is guaranteed to let me do the thing, yeah? GG, thanks for the extra 100 gold, nerd. Got him. Final Canter. 13 damage times the number of curses in hand. 0 cost is pretty cool. A note that you generally can have 1 easily because you've got a retaining curse as part of your starting relic. Purgatory, ethereal 3 cost. 30 damage to all enemies, upgraded version, not ethereal. Or again, deal damage equal to your missing health. Very interesting. Hey there, Chronotoxic. I think Downfall is a very, very cool take on the Slay the Spire format, a deconstruction / reversal of it. Love the player-inspired bosses of the Downfall mode, and pretty much love all of the content that this mod adds. I think it's definitely one of the best content mods Spire has, period. Oh, this is a good cheating card, that's right. We do want a massive area damage card, I think. I'll take one. Love the art on this, too. Yeah, there's been a lot of work, polish, and effort put into Downfall. Downfall's been, I think, years now, collectively, of work. Oh my. Obtain 2 injuries. At the start of combat, gain an energy for each curse in your deck. Cursed Key gives us energy. Whenever we open a non-boss chest, get a curse. Or the Pandora's Box. Transform 3 strikes and 3 defends. And new skills will be upgraded. Injury is the basic unplayable curse. 0 cost, or not 0 cost, it's just no cost, unplayable. It's one of the random curses you can get in Slay the Spire. One more energy per turn would be nice to fuel our Dead or Alive. Guess you could argue that the class locket might even help us do that a little bit better, but I don't like the injuries that it's going to add. We don't have that much curse synergy. I'll just take the P-Box. What does the new mod contain? 7 new characters in a whole new gameplay mode, 1 new character in the vanilla gameplay mode, so 8 total new characters. That's, again, twice as many as are in the base game. All really well fleshed out and enjoyable to play. Lots of new relics, rewritten events, redone combats, new bosses. Basically, doubling the amount of content in Slay the Spire, at least. And a dad joke for the crowd for Jasper Larvitar. I'm trying to come up with a cowboy-related one. Sure, this one's a bit of a stretch, but just popped into my head. What do the cowboys say on Arrakis? It's High Dune. My hope, Vikings Call, is to bring some of this... I'm going to take the P-Box here. My hope is to bring some of this modded content onto the YouTube. I think it would help diversify the content a little bit. No refunds. That was last so bad. Don't worry, I can come up with terrible dad jokes till the cows come home. Ooh, I like this. 2 weak and 1 vuln, nice. Gain 5 plated armor. Dead on, gain 10 gold. What a strange card. Concentrates. The next dead on card played, triggered while concentrated, triggers its effect regardless of position. Wears off on turn ends. Random cards. Oh, this is the discard your hand thing. And Shadow Cloak. When you draw a card, gain 6 block. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Oh my, look at this path. Again, 1 shop. 1, 2, 3, 4 elites, and then a second shop. Can't make this stuff up, man. Um, 16 times 6. 96 with 3 shorts, huh? Could at least scavenge for gold here. Can't play the Dead or Alive, though, oddly enough. A snapshot, body armor, scavenge. It said souls. Did you see that? I gained souls. But I had no energy, so I took damage. We took damage from our overwhelming power. If we end our turn with 0 energy, we end up taking damage there. Not gonna worry about the bounty here. It's only 15 gold. Apply 1 weak to all enemies with Dead On. Or the retain card. I like the retain card. I want the retain card. Get him. Could just finish the fight, but we want to Dead or Alive and slash or scavenge for cash. Why not both? Does say souls. By 5 bruised. Guess I'll take a Gambler's Brew over the return something from the exhaust pile. For a shop with 500 gold, we can get a Gurya, letting us gain strength at rest sites. Although, will we do that enough? I'm not sure. Panache could be rather interesting. Yeah, realistically, I could only lift 2 times by the end of the run. That's not a bad thing, mind you. Definitely want the Sling of Courage. That's going to let us destroy the elites. Might as well take the Sundial. Maybe just buy all the relics. What do we card remove? Definitely going to remove something here. Shadow Cloak is a reasonable choice. Don't have a lot in the way of curses or anything. Panache is not an attack, so it won't activate the red candle or anything. Definitely yes to this. I guess I'll take the Gurya. I mean, we're going to have tons of cash by the time we get to the next shop, right? Heck it. Snapshot is an acceptable removal. Yeah. We could also maybe remove this Shadow Cloak. Maybe that's next. Get him. Don't play any more cards. Won't take damage. Well, it even tracks the current bounty. That's kind of cool, actually. Can't get this bonus from Scavenge, because all of these cards kill the worm here. Reduce each of your debuffs by 2. Interesting. With Retain on it, yeah. I'm going to try that. I'm sure there's quite a few things we can use that for. And does it work on this? I have to know. Definitely going to be good against the heart. Cheat the dead on here. The power. Wait, so it's going to go down to 10? Oh, it also reduced overwhelming power. Lose 2 health if you're in your turn with 0 energy. Fascinating. Cool. Very cool. Add X Defend Plus to your hand. They cost 0 this combat. Absolutely wild. What a card. Do I take another low profile? He says with a removing his own debuffs card. Definitely do not want this with ice cream. It's just gonna... That's too many defense. Now, if I had Unceasing Top, this would be the coolest thing ever. But I don't have Unceasing Top, unfortunately. Man, I love having Sadistic Nature on turn 1. Kerplink. Ceramic fish to give us even more money. Fatal Desire. At the start of your turn, draw 2 cards and add an injury to your hand. Upgrades to be innate. I love the additional card draw it gives. And we do have an actual Shadow Cloak, so I think I'll take that. Do I want to go to a rest site? Yes, Kazguria. Fatal Desire definitely seems like a card you could get too early. In a bad way. That's just a kill? $147. Yep, that's a kill. Bye. $14 more max HP via the Juicy Mango. All enemies lose 2 strength. Permanently? That seems like a much better version of Disarm. Disarm every enemy and block for the same price, and downside is disarm. Alright, I'll take that. Hey, Slime Soup is back. Another prepare card that costs 0. Great for, well, just great for the boss fight, really. It's time to fall. Using Purgatory, Fatal Desire, or the Hole Up. I'm sorry, Hole Up. I appreciated you this run, but your time has come to an end. I can just Memento Virtue? Nice. This... be back for that later. Card draw. Let's just verify that it's not... Yeah, it is just permanently lose 2 strength. Absurd. Myself vulnerable. Can play Dead or Alive with the cheats. I think that'll be enough. Yeah. Give me that money. Charred Glove. Whenever you draw a curse, your next attack deals 4 more damage. Okay, now we have a real good reason. That's actually going to stack too, right? If we ice cream stack the Inspire keyword, we're just going to have an even bigger, better Dead or Alive. It's crazy. 9 damage to all enemies, and then more for all curse cards we have. feel like I need it, but it's cool. Onwards. Hermit might feel a little busted, say, compared to the vanilla Spire characters. He seems to sit right about at the power level of all of the Downfall characters in Downfall mod, all the bosses that you can play. Definitely a little bit more power available to the player. And I think that's partially because there's a lot less of a player base for this mod. So the average skill level of somebody who's playing the Hermit, their skill level at the Hermit is collectively, on average, less than the vanilla characters. Just there's been less people playing them for less time. And so the balance tends to skew a little bit more in the powerful. This run is also very blessed. Don't forget, we started with exceedingly broken combination of relics. And we'd be doing something very, very similar on any of the vanilla characters. Removed. That's the top card. Let's just do Lone Wolf here. Retain these. You get to choose them. Beautiful. Oh, I drew a Sender's Bane and the Memento. Okay. Like, which two curses was I drawing there? Glorious. I guess Bruise would actually also really combo with the Dead or Alive. And with the Sadistic Nature. Let's give it a try. Gain 6 block, apply a little bit of Bruise. That easy. The 6-point brand. Whenever you play 6 cards, it deals 6 damage to a random enemy. Very fitting, actually. Rather like that. Not that strong, but it's a damage relic. I guess you could say it's 1 additional damage per card, which is really simultaneously not that much and a ton, I guess. Kind of like Vajra is. Oh, Spray and Pray. I think this is what we're looking for. Deal 3 damage to a random enemy 4 times, and then it gives us a curse. Upgrade is even more damage. Well, just +1 more per hit, not more hits. But yeah, I definitely want a multi-hit card. Quick Draw, literally. Deal 9, draw 2, but then 1 less next turn, so it's +1 draw, but unevenly distributed. Cool. Back up to 575 gold for this shop. There's some beautiful stuff here. Stun any enemy that doesn't intend to attack. That should work on bosses, which is very, very silly. I'm going to take that. What else do I want here? We could Dolly's Mirror one of our cards. I think there's some very good candidates, like Overwhelming Power is an excellent Dolly's Mirror. But we could also duplicate one of our scaling cards. Wish Shadow Cloak was upgraded. Definitely gonna buy Vajra. Roundhouse Kick. Oh, we can use Virtue to remove the debuff from Panic Button? Get in here. Did not think about that. Do I dupe the Panic Button, actually? Yeah. Or I can dupe Sadistic to make sure we're doing like really good damage. Can't just dead or alive the heart, right? Okay, I'll dupe Sadistic. That sounds fun. 2 metallicized for 79 gold. It's not much, but it could be worth it, maybe. Surely we can get something better. Alright, first boss is Donu Deka. Here's our prepare. Gain 10 block, next turn gain 2 energy, draw 2. What a great card to get for free at the start of a fight. Going for Donu first. I guess I won't play Lone Wolf yet. Stun any enemies that don't intend to attack. Okay. Donu has been stunned. Will this have a favorable outcome for me? I'm honestly not sure. There's only one way to find out. They might end up synchronized now. Okay, no. Oh, yes, they're synchronized. Uh-oh. No, I'm okay with that. Yeah, truthfully, I am okay with that. Don't worry about it. Horrible. So about that synchronization. Only attacking for 9x2, thankfully. Hey! I deserve a bounty! That makes sense, though. You're given the bounty at the reward screen, so it makes sense you can't get it from your Act 3 bosses. Probably won't work on this fight either. Would be my guess. on you. Could upgrade the roundhouse kick, but only if I use Dead On. Could go panic button virtue here. Although I think I'd rather retain the virtue so that we can remove Time Eater's debuffs. I guess I'll go Memento low profile here. Take one, draw a bunch. Getting close to being enough already, huh? Actually, wait, faints. Yeah. GG, Time Eater. Get sadistic-natured. Two thump, but comforting heartbeat can be felt throughout the room. Are you at the end? Is your purpose fulfilled? You reach for your holster, blapping 2756 souls back to the heart. Have you truly done enough? Sudden burst of energy emanates from inside you, jolting you awake. The fight is not over yet. Did we get the downfall text there? It's kind of interesting. It's lifting time? Question mark? Let's this upgrade to 18. One more per hit. This was an 8. Oh yeah, Shadow Cloak is the thing I might consider upgrading maybe. Honestly, I think we'll be fine. Get that second lift in there. Bruise is no longer reduced on hit. Oh my. Pretty spicy. Determination. Whenever a debuff is applied to us, gain 1 strength. We can use orange pellets to remove all of our debuffs, which is probably good. I think that's good. I like the smooth stone for the additional dex. Vexing Draft. Gain 2 strength and 2 dex, but put 2 burn plus cards in your draw pile. Interesting. No way to exhaust those. So yes, what is this? Right, bruise is no longer removed on hits. So we can just gradually... Is it removed at end of turn? Yes, we're off on turn end, so I don't think I care about that. Liquid Memories might be better than Gambler's Brew, maybe? Secret Weapon seems reasonable. Let me fetch an attack from the draw pile. This upgrades to innate as well. A lot of upgrade to innates on this character. That would actually be really good, upgraded, right? This is definitely the... Turn 1 is definitely the time you want this for the heart fight. Is overwhelming a debuff? Yes. Yes, it is. Anything I want to remove? Everything has a purpose here. Got one more Coalescence. And I'll take the secret weapon. Okay. 5 strength on turn 1 against these nerds. Here's Dead or Alive already. We can stun the shield. Nerf Nitro says, can you stun Heart on turn 1? Yes, or any of the buff turns. All of which would be exceedingly powerful to skip. For so many reasons. Can't stun enemies that have Artifact, that's true. Times 7 is 112. Alright, I'm just gonna do this. Wait, do these... Can I rearrange these? Incredible. You can rearrange cards when retaining. It was all a lie. As long as I play an attack this turn, we'll remove all of our debuffs, right? Nothing too big. Get our bounty, our ink bottle, drawing us a card when we play 10 cards, and another chance at feint. Don't think we want one. Hey, Lovin', appreciate those kind words. That was a really fun run to do. Shiv plus Choker equals sad, but still winning. Who knew? Alright, Mr. Hart. We've got Virtue in our hand on turn 1. That means we could just immediately remove all of these debuffs when they get applied to us. Perfect. There's no reason for me to get that bonus, but I could if I wanted to. Shadow Cloak, that gets put in play. Might as well apply the Vulnerable now and stack it. Do I want to retain? I can't retain Purgatory. If I want to use this card, we should just play it now. Or I can let it go and not use Purgatory in this fight. It's a very expensive card. Doesn't scale with our strength very well. We don't benefit from the fact that it's area damage. I think I'll just play nothing. Nice try, nerd. Well, what need is there for Virtue, though, with the orange pellets, you know? Nice. I don't want to be frail when I play the panic button. So I think I go Virtue, Panic Button, Sadistic Nature. Flash Powder. Or actually, no, Flash Powder is the skill I play. I don't need to use the Virtue. Flash Powder. No, I'd still have to purge again. So yeah, the Virtue's always involved. Okay. Do Virtue first. That. Block negated. Your minus strength. Retain stuff. Beautiful. Not the world's best turn here. We want to get rid of the slime. This needs to get played. We'll stop there, I think. I don't want to add a strike plus. I guess I could play Cracking Shot. Yeah, one more yet. The Blockitude. Oh, and we drew the roundhouse kick on the correct turn. Observe chat, the almightytude of roundhouse kick. Just breaking the game here. Bonk. Heart stunned. That means it does not buff. That means... do I want any of this? Nope. That means it does not gain its negative strength back. Oh, it's going to buff again. Okay, just skips a turn then. Not how I thought it worked. I guess we saw that in the Donu deck of Fight, but I didn't process it properly. Cool. Good. That means it's not completely game-breaking, just very strong. Very similar to Vaults. Fundamentally. Do I get rid of... I'm going to discard Lone Wolf here. Oh, order. So there's the artifact finally coming in. That is a lot of garbage in my hands. I guess that's what Gambler's Brew is for. Can't quite finish it. Actually, the cheats can only play Dao. But then Ink Bottle is the flower. Choose 6 cards to retain. Alright, it's bounty hunting time. GG. Ah! The damage cap. GG. Dead or alive, we'll take it. GG. Love that art screen. Look at that. Gorgeous. The blood moon rises. GG. How cool. And I assume we'll unlock some of the stuff we already saw again. Because broken. Yeah, cards we had. I think by default, or maybe there's a setting that you can use to play with all the cards unlocked. I think I'm using that or something. Either way, that was an amazing run. Such a fantastic start with the double elite snipe into really good relics. GG. Now, what has it been done? The Spire sleeps. So, shall I? Well, maybe not quite yet. I think we got at least one more run in us. Love the gold art on these cards, too. Really do like the Hermit. Might have to do a few more runs with this character. So, next, I guess we'll do another Downfall mode run. Try one of the other characters. Pretty tempted to play Snekdor. But, I'd love to see how Hexaghost has changed. Wait, does Hermit have beta arts? Can I see any of that? No, I can't. If there's beta art for all the Hermit cards, that's pretty cool, too. I remember Snek being, well, as you'd expect, highly random. It's all about getting random better cards from other characters. So you're assembling, like, cross-class combos and essentially prismatic sharding your way through the run. We'll do a Hexaghost run. Downfall. 66 max health. How appropriate. First time you ignite a Ghost Flame each turn, gain 4 block. And there was the Ghostagon. Ghostagon. Crippling Fear of Power Pellets. It's a Pac-Man reference. Classic. Classic. Okay, well, I think that's what I'll do. I'll try a Ascension 20 Hexaghost run. But first, I'm going to take a quick break, refill the legs, stretch the water. When I return, I'll play another run of Downfall. Be right back, folks. Don't go nowhere. Welcome, welcome back. Will this run have a ghost of a chance? I think so. Let's embark as the Hexaghost. We'll play with this cute little Ghostagon sprite. We've all seen the traditional Hexaghost before. It looks precisely as the boss sprite does, I believe. So let's try out Ghostagon here. Oh, there's a joke! Yes, adorable. Slay intruders is the directive from the boss. We just have to take max HP plus 5. Apparently this is my first run as Hexaghost. Sure, I'll believe that. I like this path. 2 early rest sites. We can recall at the first fire, break the recall key at the second fire, spending our 100 souls. And then go through here, maybe visit this shop. Or, well, I guess not maybe, we have to. Get 2 elites, and then we fight the low-level Gunslinger. That sounds fun. 5 max health is pretty sad, though. So, Hexaghost says, the first time you ignite a ghost flame each turn. I think we'll be able to see that when we're in a combat. The ghost flames are the 6 fires around Hexaghost. And we can activate them in order for effects. Kind of building up our power, just like Hexaghost does in the actual boss fight. Among the stone and boulders, you notice an intricate large blue statue resembling a wing. You notice glittering coins spilling from its cracks, but this has no value to you. The statue itself, however, can destroy it. To gain the sharpened fragment, gain a shiv at the start of each turn. That'd be a pretty significant increase to our damage output. Or gain the broken wing statue. The cultists who worship the awakened one will be interested in this. Get to use that later. I have to say, the sharpened fragment is very tempting. That extra damage output is super good right now. Let's try the statue. Doesn't do anything now, but later on, perhaps. Hexaghost channels power by charging its flames. Perform a certain action while each flame is active to charge it. The first flame is the Searing Ghost Flame. Play 2 attacks to activate it, and it applies 4 soul burn. You can also just directly activate it with the Kindle. The current Ghost Flame is not ignited. Ignite it. That applies 4 fire to the worm, and gives us 4 block from our starting relic. Cool. The Crushing Ghost Flame is next in sequence. 2 skills must be played to deal 3 damage twice. Advance. Move to the next Ghost Flame. We can't play the power, though. Apply 10 soul burn. Beautiful. Draw a card in advance, moving on to the Bolstering Ghost Flame. Must play a power for that. And 2 attacks again. Neat. Curse Flame and not lit ignite it. You got it, buddy. A weird character. That soul burn status you're seeing applied multiple times. Deals damage after a delay. The Inferno Ghost Flame. Spend 3 energy to deal 4 damage to a random enemy for each ignited Ghost Flame. So play Defend. Actually, can I just kindle it? Yes! Get Inferno'd, sir. Alright, well that's kind of what Hexaghost plays like. It's all about activating the Ghost Flames for benefit. And then as we pick up cards, we might be able to manipulate a bit. The advance and retract keywords control that. Dead Teddy, thank you so much for 14 months. The double sub. Move to the previous Ghost Flame. So you can activate the same one twice. Also pretty good damage. Nightmare Strike. Deal 10 damage. When exhausted, gain a Shadow Strike. Deal 8 damage twice. Reclaim Nightmare Strike. Or Sword of Night. If the current Ghost Flame is not ignited, gain an energy. Deal 14 damage. So 1 cost, deal 14. I think I'll take Backtrack Smack. So I think it's better to play Strike here, get the 4 block from our starter relic, and take 1. Feels right. On to the next Ghost Flame. Yes. Beauteous. In 1 turn. Does that activate right now? Doesn't matter. Eat metal. After Soulburn detonates on this enemy, apply 12 Soulburn. So very delayed damage there. Gain an energy and draw 1 card for each ignited Ghost Flame, then extinguish them. So it's like Fission. The upgrade makes it 0 cost. Or Thermal Transfer, deal 7 damage. If the enemy has Soulburn, gain some block. This character feels convoluted. I would certainly describe Hexaghost as the most convoluted of the Downfall characters. There's a lot going on here. For sure. Let's try Bright Ritual. Don't know if it's going to be any good, but I want to try. Caw! Gift for the bird god! Alright, well the cultist took our statue. And something will happen later. Flames from Beyond. Delayed AoE damage. It's like a worse bomb, though. First time you retract each turn. Gain 1 energy, draw 1 card. And then you retract immediately. Okay. What a shot. Break the ruby key so we have some strength. Anything do good damage? That goes to 14. I choose to retract or advance. Oh, that's a good upgrade with Devil's Dance. That's 15. Just ignite the current Ghost Flame, I guess even if it's not ignited? Interesting. Let's start with the upgrade on Devil's Dance. And I guess I'll take Sundial, but I'm not happy about it. I'm also going to take 1 more regular fight now, because we still don't have a potion. And I'm going to have to fight an elite shortly. It's the Thief. So retracting puts me onto the Super Flame, right? Which won't do much. I could retract again. I think that's worth it. I'll do it this way. Does this work? Yes. Cool. Draw one. Defend. Defend? First time. Very strange. Very, very strange. You're gonna die today, chump! Oh god! Please no. Guess he doesn't run away. Cards and Ghost Flames apply more soul burn, extra crispy. Living Bomb. Apply soul burn when the soul burn goes off. It affects all enemies. Or deal 6, it applies 6 soul burn to all enemies. That's pretty good. Some immediate damage, some delayed damage. I agree, Arceus. I think that's... I think you're right. I think that the soul burn keyword is meant to mimic the burn effect of the boss. The delayed damage there. But I don't know, I'm not convinced necessarily. Soul burn is notably blocked by artifacts. Is this to a random enemy? Yeah. How does this work? If I defend Bright Ritual. Yes. Cool. Oh, I should have played Strike there before retracting or advancing. Either way, that was good. Only took 1 damage there. Two skills. This will burn on this one. Try to kill it before it attacks me again. 2 turns from now. Beautiful. Simply beautiful. The slime soup is back, giving us that prepare card costing 0 after visiting a rest site. I think those are very strong. And that'll notably help me in this elite fight. Great. Ooh, deal 6 damage and apply 6 soul burn X times, says Rain of Embers. That's pretty cool. Upgrades to... and apply weak? Fascinating. Cool card. If the current Ghost Flame is ignited, ignited again. Also pretty cool. I want to try Rain of Embers. Stop! You swerve around to face a statue which is now facing you. On closer inspection, it's not a statue, but a statuesque gaunt man. Is he even breathing? He doesn't look like he would put up much of a fight, but he has survived in this place. Perhaps these masks hold some power. We can punch him. Fight! 100% all face. Face is the place. I don't actually know what that means, nor how difficult this battle is. It certainly could go very badly for us, but I'm willing to try and start a new run if it's really, really, really bad. Let's find out. It's got 150 health. Look at all those faces. Oh, that's so cool looking. Tends to inflict a negative effect on me and attack for 10. So I Kindle. I could Devil's Dance Kindle. Or I can Kindle Devil's Dance. I think that's more appropriate. Afterlife. If this card is exhausted, its effects activate. So we'll play Seer even if we don't play it. So I'll play Firestarter and let Seer exhaust. Yeah, seems like he's doing stuff related to... the masks. Not sure what happens if I backtrack smack here. Do I activate and then retract? I guess we'll find out. Yes. And then I can advance and reactivate that. Fascinating. To what end, I'm not entirely clear. Okay, this guy doesn't really seem like he's that bad. And if we're gonna get all of the thingies, that's good. Soulburn. Tough stuff, man. Cool. Definitely an easy fight. A coat of many faces. Upon pickup, gain the cultist headpiece, the face of cleric, in-loss hungry face, gremlin visage, and the serpent head. So we're gonna get the good faces and the bad. I think that's a good trade for us, though, overall. We also get 100 souls, a power potion, and a card reward. Exhausted, gain a blur. I'll take an extra crispy. Upgrades to innate, like so many things do. Yeah, this early it's gotta be good. We do miss out on the relic that was in the chest. Well, our next chest. We do start combat with 1 week, but 1 max HP per fight and 50 gold per question mark room is gonna be really good. Broadly speaking. Now we fight the merchant, although I don't think we can necessarily get a lot of damage done here. Oh, that's right, we don't get the... It's fine, I guess. Do I want to activate that? I'm gonna do 4 damage, right? Yeah. I'm willing to take a little bit of damage to make sure the merchant properly suffers here. Let's apply lots of soul burn. Maybe I should block for 5. That seems like a good idea. Ow. Pretty good. We do 74 damage from the burning there, where the merchant gets away. See you later, sir. Cool. Get 1 max health. We'll also get a merchant after this. Another extra crispy. Turn it up. Gain 6 intensity, lose it in X+1 turns. Intensity increases the amount of damage, soul burn, and block applied by ghost flames. So just the ghost flame effects. Fascinating. I'll take 1 more extra crispy. It's crispy time. Oh, the 4th seal. That's right, there are 6 seal cards for Hexaghost. Kind of an Exodia mechanic. If all 6 seals have been played this combat, obtain the broken seal and remove all seals from your deck. Incineration, apply damage and apply soul burn 3 times. That goes really well with what we're doing. Donu's Washers. The start of combat, gain 2 energy and add 1 void to your draw pile. Very interesting. There's an event that can give you 5 of them? That's pretty funny. Really like the art on Incineration. Welcome. And I can afford a removal too? Good. Bye. Don't want to take an elite fight? Might go badly for me, but let's find out. How do we deal with a Gremlin Knob? Perfect time to get all the soul burn down, though. That's good. I don't think I need to power pot right now. But maybe I did. Oh, perfect. The incineration is just enough damage to ensure that we don't need to worry about nothing. That's 1 dead knob. GG. Toasty. Get the anchor, giving us 10 Blanc on turn 1. Radiant Flame. Whenever you ignite a ghost flame, gain some block. Pretty cool art there. Stoke the fire. Not bad. Do want a block card here or there. Give Stoke the Fire a chance. Kill you. Better to strike Rain of Embers. Kill the 14 health one. Or I guess... doesn't really matter. Incineration, Rain of Embers? So I can go defend, Bright Ritual. Ignite the Ghost Flames again. Retract, draw a card. Cool, I guess that's fine. Kill you. Within acceptable parameters. Extra Crispy's got a chicken icon. I like that. Ooh, Hexaguard. This is like Shrug It Off, but if you don't play it, the Ethereal Afterlife, that means if you do not play Hexaguard, it automatically plays itself. Also take the first seal, a self-repair. The end of combat, heal 7. Hey there, Hex Dragon, we do. The Baylor's Lordly Plate is a relic in Downfall mod, which I'm pretty hyped about. I want the block card, because Soulburn takes a while to kick in. And yeah, this could happen. That's not good. Uh-oh. I like the animation of the card just like floating up into heaven. That was good. Well, I guess I can't do anything here. Ignite twice? I could do Kindle Stoke the Fire. It's not going to do much. That's going to upgrade Strike. Doesn't feel that important. I don't know if this works the way that I think it's going to. Yeah! Good work. Fire starter. Alright, on to our first boss, the Hermit. So, oh god, he's got angry mode enabled. Hermit has concentration, which adds special dead-on effects to his cards. Dealing 10 unblocked damage to him breaks the concentration, causing his cards to lose their dead-on effects. So he's starting with Headshot, double damage. He's also got a set of relics, Orichalcum, Calipers, Oddly Smoothstone, Abacus, a block-oriented Hermit build. Rather interesting. Begin the toasting. This is 4 Soulburn 3 times, so 12 for 2. It's technically better to just play Rain of Embers than Incineration, right? This would be 15 damage, 18 Soulburn, whereas if I play Incineration, Rain of Embers, I'll do 14 damage, 18 Soulburn. I just lose 1 damage by playing Incineration. Now, once I get the extra Crispies in play, that'll change. Oh, but I also activate the Ghost Flame, so it actually is better to do it this way. Excuse me. Each ignited Ghost Flame. I'm gonna lose this card yet. Yeah, I wanted to get the Ghost Flame lit. Flying 1 weak tall enemies in 1 plated armor. Sure. Knock yourself out, buddy. Should have been extra crispy then strike, actually. That's fine. Attract. advance, become crispy again. Now it's 8 soul burn 3 times. Roughhouse, deal 24 damage, dead on, gain 17 block. Oh, because he's going to use Lone Wolf to play it. That sounds painful. Not a lot I can do about it either, actually. Guess I'll play Incineration Strike. But we're going to lose most of our health here. Hopefully we can finish him shortly. Lance. Retreat. Kill him. Alright, this is the turn. I would like to win now. Yes, please. Whew. Close one, but a good one. GG. Volcano Visage. Whenever you ignite a ghost flame, apply 4 soul burn to all enemies. That's pretty cool. Upgrades to 6. Searing Wound. All enemies lose HP equal to their soul burn. That is very good with soul burn. It's front-loaded soul burn. We can apply tons of it to all the enemies and then kill them instantly. Or Bad Omen. Choose a ghost flame type to change the current one into. I think that means I get to customize what the ghost flame does, but that sounds confusing. I'll take a Searing Wound. And not sure I trust power potions on this character. I'm going to discard this thing. Oh, Pyramid Collar Dripper. Pyramid, huh? Pyramid sounds rather interesting with this character. Otherwise, we're just getting more energy per turn, which is nice and all. Helps us power up the Rain of Embers and such. Dripper seems a little spooky. We have turn 1 covered partially by Anchor, which is usually a good indication Pyramid's pretty strong. I'll take a Pyramid. Very, very happy with retaining my cards. That lets you assemble all sorts of fun combinations. Looks like we gotta fight the Defect at the end of this act. Merchants are all early in the act, interestingly. Almost required to fight one. Almost. If I don't, I have to take a weird path through the act. So I guess we'll be fighting a merchant early on. We can therefore remove maybe a strike or so. Fight this one. Go here. And then choose. Yeah. It was 10 block. 10 block. 4 times. Oh my. Wow, that's 4 damage and 4 soul burn. That's the weak. Back to advance. Okay, let's upgrade Incineration. What event? Can a random relic become cursed with pain? Interesting. An odd creature with a hunchback spouting central tentacles is scrounging through a pile of trash and debris. Inloth would give us a higher chance of rare cards. Could offer either the face of Cleric. Shame he didn't ask for his own face. Or the slime soup, which is honestly very good. I don't want to get rid of slime soup. No, thank you. And I think the Face of Cleric is also very good, so... I'm not going to punch him. Having a curse that I can't discard would be pretty bad. See you later in Loth. Okay. Let's incinerate that one. Hey, you don't have any money! Let's teach him a lesson! You're gonna die today, nerd. What gives, man? Seven times 5 is 35. Okay, perfect. Guess I could Searing Wound first, right? I could also retain that. One's upgraded. I think they're like not ethereal or something. Gain an additional potion at the end of combat. I have mixed feelings about that. Like an alchemize, but it's not immediate. Nah. Alright, welcome back, Mr. Merchant Man. Main of Embers this turn, Incineration next turn, Searing Wound a little bit after that. I think I'll employ the Strength Potion here to see if we can maybe, if we're really lucky, kill this merchant. I think I'd have a hard time doing that, but we'll see. Power is played. So is that going to activate and then I'm going to retract? Is that how that works? Deeply unclear. Yeah. There we go. Incineration, Searing Wound, Bright Ritual. Beautiful. Already retracted on this turn. Can't quite KO him. Close, but not quite. Next time we encounter him, he'll be dead. See you later, nerd. Living Bomb plus apply 8 slow burn for 0 cost. When it detonates, it affects all enemies. Very powerful. Yeah, I'll take that. And we get to go to the merchant. Time of Need. Gain a random power card, cost 0 until played. Spectral Spark. Extinguish the current ghost flame to gain an intensity. 5 counter. I think that applies to all of the soul burn that's on that enemy when the soul burn goes off. Which is going to be really good. And yes, Living Bomb will not explode if the enemy dies before soul burn detonates. That makes sense. Deal 9 damage when exhausted, gains 6 vigor. That's actually pretty good. It's only 54 for that. Let's give it a try. It's a card I don't need to play in order for it to do stuff, so I definitely like that. Get 50 gold for coming here. Good. So does this shred the artifact? Nice. Very cool. This. How do I deal with this? Damage goes off next turn because we didn't apply Soul Burn on turn 1, so I have to block. There's no other way. This is gonna go well. But we can get a decent amount of block here because I can Bright Ritual. Incineration, but it's not going off immediately. Although, lose HP equal to your soul burn. Hold on a minute. That doesn't say do damage. That says lose HP. Ah. Easy. Float work. Gain 3 plated armor. Don't have to play the card. Haunted Hand. Ethereal Afterlife, draw 2. All cards in your hand become ethereal? Oh dear. I don't know if I want that. With the Pyramid. Eerie Expedition. Gain a random ethereal card at cost 0. This is essentially trading 1 card draw for 3 plated armor. Which is not amazing, necessarily. I don't think I'm going to take it. It's to 4, yeah. No, thank you. Increase the number of cards. Really not sure what upgrades are good at the moment. Guess I'll upgrade the float, so I can use that to retract to gain an energy and draw a card sometimes. So is it elite fighting time or upgrading time? We just talked about how I don't really have anything to upgrade, so I guess I'll try fighting an elite and seeing how that goes. So far, not terrible. Perfect. Extra crispy. Do AoE Soul Bomb. Burn. Ification. So we get extra block from that. This gives me 7 block when it is exhausted. All 3 of these will actually play themselves here. Maybe shouldn't have put the detonating soul burn on the guy who's going to make me vuln. Although it won't actually matter, right? Because he will die. It means my only goal this turn is to stay alive, really. Didn't upgrade a single defend. Pathetic. So I don't want to play Searing Wound because that would actually kill this guy preemptively. Thermal Stone. If Soulburn detonates, heal 4 health at the end of combat. Beautiful. It's like a mini Burning Blood. Cooler. Retract and gain an energy. Ooh, that's good. Zoom an Ethereal card. Wait, gain block equal to Soulburn on all enemies? Oh, but then remove the Soulburn. You upgrade too? 0 costs. Take a rewind. That went really well, though. I didn't expect to defeat triple slavers so easily. I think I'm going to use my Swift Pot here. Rude. And yet... Didn't heal 4 because we didn't get the Soulburn to go off. Oh well. Could take another Bright Ritual. Do I want one though? We're not really activating enough Ghost Flames for me to feel like another Bright Ritual really helps. I guess Hexaguards are almost strictly beneficial because they do draw a card no matter what. Grab one more of those. Oh hey, the Merchant was here. Perfect. Well, guess what, Mr. Merchant? You are screwed. Prepare to die. I can also do nothing. Cool. I like that. Crispy. Times 4 won't quite kill. Want to make sure we get the 4 hit point heal here. Delicious! Get all of our health back, 1 max health. 10 additional souls? That's pretty sad. Phantom Fireball. 0 cost, deal 4. If the enemy has Soulburn, detonate it. Yeah. That's the one. 0 cost, detonate Soulburn. Yes. Now we have tons of cash. 605 gold here. Or souls. Unleash Spirits. Deal 6 damage to a random enemy, repeating for each exhausted ethereal card, but only the ethereal ones. Interesting. That could get strong. Is Soulburn a debuff? Yes, so Sadistic Nature will do pretty decent damage. Sneaky Teakwood Match. I love it. Yes. Good stuff. The Sneaky Teakwood Match. At the start of each combat, ignite the current Ghost Flame and advance. That's pretty cool. You just start with a free Ghost Flame ignition. I like that. There's also the medical kit where letting get rid of statuses. That could be useful. Guardian Whirl is here again. Is there a Baylor reference too? There is. We've also seen a Dolphin Chemist one. And I'm sure a few other streamers are mentioned as well. +5 strength to Rain of Fire, essentially. That's true, it actually does a lot of additional damage for some of the stuff. Sure, let's go Sadistic Nature again. Sadistic Nature, Sneaky Teak I gotta take the Sneaky Teak reference. And I think I'll card removal over Medical Kit. Keep removing strikes, because they keep being terrible. Oh. Shovel that bad? Shovel's not necessarily bad, but spending money on the shovel is bad. Shovel is already asking you to pay a price to get what it gives you. You have to give up using your other rest site action to get the relic. Paying a huge amount of money for that privilege is usually not a great trade. +7. Okay, we'll just upgrade the Sadistic. That's right, you stinky nerd. We'll get attacked next turn if I don't kill a gremlin somehow. I have no way to kill a gremlin, though. It's unfortunate. Womp womp. Perfect. Living Bomb, Phantom Fireball. Just detonate everybody. Perfect. Glorious. I'll block. That wasn't too bad. Ghostly cards. Beautiful. We get 4 health back, right? That's right. Well, technically 5. You also get the Mercury Hourglass for some damage every turn. Another chance at Unleash Spirits. I like it more as a free card, sure. Well, a card I'm not paying for, rather. 8 per. Oh, and this is adds draw card? Yes. Take another event, because the event gives me 50 gold. Also just secretly a combat. Let's start Soulburn on Chosen here. Need to kill the Chosen quickly. Extra Crispy Incineration. Searing Wound Phantom Fireball does how much? That's my question. More than enough. Easy peasy. Say this is going well. Ethereal. When exhausted, gain a shadow, guys. Ethereal. Reclaim Nightmare, guys. I have to play it. Strange. Sounds very awkward with Runic Pyramid. So I can actually retract back to the initial Ghost Flame here? That's correct. First of all, how dare you? I really like this build. That's good. It's good stuff. I suppose a Heat Shield Plus could be a really nice last-minute panic button sort of deal. You know, if I absolutely have to stay alive at any cost, that'll do it. Alright, what on earth is going on here? Defect has a lot of stuff happening, that's for sure. Machine Learning Plus, huh? And a Claw. Uh-oh. Claw defect. And he applied 1 week to us on turn 1. Red Mask plus Gremlin Visage? Oh no! The combo. So, begins the fight with 2 Bronze Orb minions. Gains 1 artifact at the end of its turn if it did not already have artifact. Interesting. That's going to make it difficult to donk this nerd. Play extra crispy. Keep sadistic nature for the moment, just in case I need it for the bolstering Ghost Flame. I'm not going to bother playing Backtrack Smack just yet. Okay. That's right, he's the automaton, essentially. Cold Snap Panic Button. Clever. Oh yes, and I can advance to the bolstering Ghost Flame, and then activate that with Sadistic Nature. That makes sense to me. I think we want to defend Float, because that'll activate the previous one too, and then I can use Bright Ritual and Rain of Embers. Yes, that activates Advance. Activate the second Ghost Flame. 3 Ghost Flames active. Next turn we have 2 attacks played. I just want the thing now, right? Apply a bunch of Soul Burn to the defects. We'll be able to kill the orbs with our explosive shenaniganry, right? Perfection. Beautiful. Reprogram, Rebound Claw, and Swift Strike. Spooky. Spooky, spooky. And the minions are attacking too. Extra spooky. Let's start with extra crispy. It's going to give me some block. We're activating our Ghost Flame. I could just go defend, let Hexaguard block for 7 more. Take some damage. I think that's fine. Actually, better to go stoke the fire defend. Wait, backtrack smack. Ow. Won't be able to get Searing Wound, but we are going to kill them orbs this turn. Claw's already doing 12. Ominous. Definitely ominous. Where did that get exhausted? Hello? Rather odd. Hyper Beam! He is the Bronze Automaton. And then his stuff is going to transform into statuses. Interesting. The last card. Fascinating. Looks rather painful, actually. These 2 skills in the Devil's Dance? Yeah. Shield doesn't do anything. Alright, nerd. It's destroying you time. Prepare to perish. Burp. GG. Finally toasted. Poltergeist. Spooky art, man. Whenever you play an Afterlife card, that's the cards that play when we don't play them. Time Warp. Deal 4 damage, 0 cost. Whenever you advance or retract, return this from the discard pile. It's kind of like Flurry of Blows. Or Instant Inferno. Ignite the Inferno Ghost Flame. And activate your ultimate thingy. Really good if you've got lots of the intensity stat. Honestly, I think all of these are not helpful, not contributing to our soul burn mechanic that much. And therefore I say skip. Skip the rewards, but take a cool-looking boss relic, maybe. The Fusion Hammer's the familiar one here. No upgrading in exchange for energy every turn. But what about Makeshift Battery? Gain energy and add a random status card into your discard pile at the start of your turn. Every turn? Terrifying. What about Xanatos' Icy Charm? Gain an energy at the start of your turn. Soulburn takes 4 turns to activate instead of 3. You know, that could actually be a good thing. Because if we can accumulate more Soulburn, it means that we can make Searing Wound deal more damage. I actually think this is an upside. I'm taking it. Slay them all in the beyond. Gotta fight the Ironclad. That looks like Barricade Ironclad. Look at that guy. He's a fortress. He's a man, but he's also a fort. Okay, there's our only chance to break the green keys. We have to go here. Cool, works for me. Merchant? Yeah, we'll go to a merchant. Gotta take the blue key, too. Alright, so I gotta make sure I don't spend too many souls, because I'll have to spend 200 here. Maybe I don't go to the shop, then. Double orb walkers, huh? Fight. It's a tough battle, but I believe in our power. Advance. Activate it and retract. Light it again. Okay. No powers in hand, huh? Two ethereal cards. 3, actually. Okay. So, Searing Wound. Fireball. Kill you. Could gain 24 block here. Might be a decent idea, actually. Sure. Although you're dying next turn, currently. You only have 23 health? Yeah, let's just do that. Okay, this fight went... hold on. Yeah, this fight went well. All things considered. Now we have a turnip. Ho, ho, ho. We're immune to frailty. Soulburn. That's a really good afterlife card, actually. Apply 7 Soulburn twice if the enemy already has Soulburn. That's also very good, and that's what I'll take. What's the upgrade on that? 11. Good. Whenever an attack deals unblocked damage, apply Soulburn, says the red candle. That could be a neat little compliment here. Invincible. Cannot lose more than 10 health in a single turn. If it prevents damage, remove it at the end of the turn. It's kind of cool, actually. It's true, we need 200 for keys. However, don't forget I gain 50 per question mark room. 50 here, 50 here. That's it. So we can definitely afford the red candle, which is, and again, then we have, again, red candle sadistic nature. I'll do it. But I can't afford a card removal alongside. That would put us below the threshold for the keys. So let's just proceed. Random colorless cards, huh? You come across a strange figure that looks suspiciously like 5 gremlins in a trench coat. Hello, traveler, the squeaky voice calls out. It is I, the friendly merchant, who is certainly not 5 gremlins in a trench coat. Would you like to purchase any of my fine wares that are definitely not stolen? Yeah, interesting that the cost per card actually goes up as you get more of them. I'll buy one. What do you got for me today, sir? Okay, I do get to choose whether I add it or not, and I actually will take a magnetism. Sure. Cannot resist a sale even from a one as suspicious as the merchant. As soon as you complete your vendor bolts, in the distance you can almost make out a faint yell of frustration. Blasted thieving gremlins! Caw. Incineration searing wounds. Another burning touch. I think one is enough. This gets cheaper, that gets better. If I'm gonna have this, it needs to be cheaper. Glowing Tesseract. Boss cards to your deck for health. Oh my. Whose memories are these? Chrono Boost. Gain 1 strength for every 12th card you play. Repair Crush. Gain 10 block next turn, 3 energy and a Slime Crush. Or Shaper's Blessing. Gain 2 strength or 5 plated armor. There's Invincible. Last Stand, remove all debuffs. That can be very powerful. When you would die, or at the end of combat, heal 8 health instead and lose this buff. Well, the Invincible card seems pretty good with Runic Pyramid. We'll take at least one of these. Air Crush is an ethereal card? Yeah, the Slime Crush is ethereal. Does 2 cost, gain 10 block, next turn gain 3 energy, is a way to look at it. That's pretty good, actually. I'll take one of these. And, I could maybe see a Last Stand. I don't want too many cards, though. I believe you're only allowed to play 1 boss card per turn. Vanity. Life is a beautiful, magnificent thing, even to a slime. You've always known you were destined for great things. The others all settled for coins and bits of scrap, but not you. You wait like a predator for something special, something unique, something fabulous. Days, weeks, maybe years go by. It's hard to tell on the Spire, until at last you spot it. No longer will you be counted just among the masses. They may have their coins and trinkets, but you have something better. A tiny bowler hat. Dashing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Like having to just kill a dagger the old-fashioned way here. The fun police have arrived. They have rid of Strike and Rain of Embers. Okay, good. Ignite that again? I know. Let's do Bright Ritual first. Advance to the bolstering ghost flame. Become crispy. Here we go. Living Bomb. We can detonate. We can instantly apply Soulburn to the Reptomancer and then detonate it. We might actually want to do that next turn if possible. Nice. Okay. Now we'll just do it this way. Go Searing Wound. Phantom Fireball. Not a bad turn for Invincible, I suppose. I could also use Heat Shield for a lot of block this turn. Backtrack Smack looks pretty alright also. Oh, I don't have that power in play. I understand. Well, heck. No. I guess we can use Invincible to negate some of the penalty. Actually, we'll block. Yeah, no, it's better than to play 2 defends. Heck. Didn't quite work out. Also try to kill her with a thingy, but I suppose I'm allowed to rest here, right? No problem with that. To fight. There's Dekka's Washers. At the start of each combat, draw 3 additional cards with Runic Pyramid. Oh yeah. We also get a Dazed into the draw pile, but that's no biggie. Ooh, apply Soulburn for each ignited Ghost Flame. Infernal Form. Gain intensity at the start of every turn. I'll take the Barrage. Cool stuff, though. Alright, finally an easy fight. Good. Get him. And if I want a couple of hit points, I'll need to actually let the Ghost Flame activate. Easier said than done, actually. Oh, the sadistic nature. Fair enough. Another Stoke the Fire is decent. Let's add one more. It's got a free upgrade, I might as well. Fair Crush. I have to block for 30 this turn? That's pretty easy to do with thanks to Heat Shield. Nice, and this works preemptively, too. Slime Crush. So go Searing Wound, Slime Crush, Fireball. Get the heal. I wonder if Devil's Dance is any good. Deeply unclear. Alright, we've got all 3 broken keys. We're ready to go to Act 4 and face down Niao. If only we can. Get him. Toasty. My go-to wing sauce. I like hot buffalo. Is my definite standard. There's a tavern here in Connecticut called J. Timothy's Tavern, which makes some truly incredible wings, and those are my kind of go-to favorite place for wings. / wing flavor. They do their wings dirt style, which means they cook the wings, then add some sauce, recook the wings a little bit more to like bake a crispy layer of sauce onto them, and then reapply wet sauce before serving. So you've got a layer of baked sauce and a layer of wet sauce. It's very tasty. Delicious. I do enjoy a good garlic parm wing, too. The other... here's another very random wing flavor I've had from a random location. I can't remember the name of it. This was in Jasper, up in Alberta. But there was a restaurant we went to, and on the menu was bacon and goat cheese wings. And they were... They were so tasty. So tasty. I've never been able to find anybody else with bacon and goat cheese wings, but I've also never found wings that tasted that good again. Delicious. Delicious. Okay, you've got all the soul burn. Good for you. What's this next turn? Ooh, I'm immune. Slime Crush. Didn't work the way I wanted it to. Plus 9, exactly 31. Sure, just wait. Bonk. Another living bomb. Exhaust a card. If it was an attack or skill, gain a random card of the opposite type. Worthy sacrifice. Fascinating. There's a place in Rhode Island that had peanut butter and jelly wings. I don't think that would be good, but I would try it. See what this says. There used to be a breakfast place nearby that did savory crepes, and they had one with goat cheese and bacon, spinach, etc. One of the best things I ever had. I think that might just actually be a secret that goat cheese and bacon are amazing together. D20 Roshkin chat asking, what is the afterlife keyword? Afterlife cards are played for free if they are in our hand at the end of turn, but then exhaust themselves. It's a little bit complicated, but it's cool. And we can... Devil's Dance is going to be weird next turn. That's still fine, though. So activate the flame, then retract to the previous flame. Then reignite the previous flame. Then apply 7 times 3 soul burn. 4 soul burn, what? Draw a whole bunch. And there's Rain of Embers. Beautiful. Giant Head now has 138 soul burn applied. We can detonate that at any time, but we'd love to use Searing Wound first. There it is. Get him. Well, kind of massage could be a bit better. Than it was previously. Sure. Take another power. Powers are very, very useful for the final battles. There's no Awakened one to tango with, so there's really no punish in Downfall for having way too many powers by the time you reach the end of the game. Unless you count this guy, which maybe you should. Perfect. Repeat for each ignited ghost flame. So yeah, it is once per. That makes sense. Keep that stacking up. I might be able to kill Transient here. If I can play my cards right. Prepare crunch. Damage that turn. Pretty absurd. Bottom card, Sadistic Nature, huh? Two are ignited. Phantom Fireball back, that's good. Alright, last turn. Perfect. That's pretty good damage output. If we can do 800 damage to Transient in 6 turns, we can probably defeat Niao pretty easily. Ignite the current Ghost Flame, then extinguish it. Again. I'll skip that. Soothis, thanks for gifting a sub to Flarp Freak and Flarp Cat. What is this? A fortification. And the Bastion Ironclad. Ironclad begins the fight with a fortification, which will grant him 10 block per turn. When the fortification has been destroyed, Ironclad loses Barricade, but gains 5 strength at the start of each turn. I don't necessarily want to give him 5 strength per turn, you know? Just start with a Rain of Embers. Oh, he has Tori and Self-Forming Clay? Yikes, man. He's gonna be a tanky boy. Body Slam for 84. Okay. That's terrifying. I'm still weakened, by the way. It's a spooky set of relics. He's gonna get Horncleat, too. So much block. No idea what to do here. Can't exactly do a lot of damage to him right now. Let's try this for starters. 3 random ethereal cards. Damage equal to our missing health? No. Mediocre. We'll have to do. Well, heck. That was sad. Guess we'll have to use Heat Shield to avoid getting murdered. Got an wrench? That's horrifying. Please no. Please don't do that. He's not playing the Entrench this turn, thankfully, so he's only going to 120 block. Easy. Easy, easy. Do have Invincible, just in case he does Body Slam again for 1,000,000 damage. Like, oh god. Like that. This is lose health equal to Soul Burn, so it won't even do any damage to his block, right? Spooky. Yeah, this is just hitting him through block. Fascinating. Well, I guess we use Invincible here. Let's see why we want to take Barricade off of him. 5 strength per turn doesn't seem that bad if what he's doing is Body Slam. Yeah, where's Melter when you need it, hey? Could also maybe do something wild like Liquid Memory's Searing Wound. Nice Body Slam, nerd. Power through second wind. Get out of here. You stinky man. Break Ritual coming up. Don't gain a card for retracting. I understand. Do not want to ignite the Inferno Ghost Flame. $170 damage Body Slam. What do you do about that? That is the question. I have no idea. Is the answer? I have not a clue what to do about that. I can kill the shield this turn, but it won't be enough. I think what I have to do is kill him. If possible. Liquid Memory Invincible. Unfortunately, Invincible was a power, so it's gone. Can't do that again. Don't want to activate the Inferno Ghost Flame. That'd be really bad. Actually, Sadistic Nature is not offline for Incineration. We'll still be able to do the damage from that. Start of the turn. That's true. You do lose block at the start of your turn. Yeah, if we get rid of Barricade, he will lose all of that, won't he? Okay, that's not too bad. That's right, because it is at the start of the turn. Assuming we're understanding this correctly. Only one way to find out. Why is the Infernal Flame bad? Because activating the Infernal Flame will extinguish all of the other flames, and then I don't get any energy from Bright Ritual. Still indicates 160. Let's see if that actually applies. Let's actually advance and retract. And use this. Also able to do a surprising amount of damage, actually. That way, even if this doesn't work, we'll survive. I'm pretty sure this will work. Yeah, there goes the block. So it's actually only a 13 damage body slam, no problem. We figured it out. Good job, us. Huzzah. $60. It's too much, sir. Blah. Not too bad. Now, the Merchant. Merchant should be easier than that horrifying Ironclad, I bet. That's my hope, anyway. My fondest hope. That's right, never didn't have it. Precisely. Votes. Just hit him with a bonk? Might as well, right? Oh, I did that wrong. Well, not quite, actually. Attacks are played. bomb is going off this turn? Yeah. It's gonna do a lot of damage to me. Not much I can do about that. Ow. Oh dear. Discharge barrage. Dang. Two thump, but comforting heartbeat can be felt throughout the room as you at the end. Is your purpose fulfilled? You feel something evil to your very core. Give 1620 souls back to the heart. Have you truly done enough? The heart pulses louder and louder as your consciousness begins to fade. A sudden burst of energy emanates from inside you, jolting you awake. The heart retreats, sensing an approaching threat. The fight is not over yet. We've got our new adventurer triple threat combat to get through. And there's our Ancient of Resurrection, Yao. But first, arise, chicken. Alright, we've got Living Bomb, Phantom Fireball set up already. That's a very good sign for this fight. The Hermit's in front. When this character dies, all characters gain 2 rugged and 2 vulnerable. When the defect dies, all characters gain 2 buffer stacks. The Ironclad, everybody gains 3 strength. Okay. 27 damage on turn 1, not a biggie here. I'll try to hold on to Bright Ritual for one more turn. How dare you heal him? Advance! 2 attacks. That's a skill. That's an attack, though. To go Incineration, Strike, Charged Barrage, Bright Ritual? That feels right. $76 soul burn. End of your turn, transform all cards in your hand into statuses. No, thank you. Go Stoke the Fire, Sadistic Nature Defense. Keep Phantom Fireball for a little bit longer here. Vulnerable inflicted. Rude. Oh dear. What happens if Living Bomb is stacked? It's deeply unclear. And draw and add ethereal to everything in my hand. Uh-oh. I guess we could try double living bomb. I'm not sure it's going to stack the way the corpse explosion does. But it's worth a shot here. Yeah, that didn't stack. I didn't think it would. But I think it's enough, at least to kill him. Ow. There we go. Slime Crush. Plus. Down, we get an Inferno Potion. Ignite the Inferno Ghost Flame. Not bad. One last visit to the merchant. Bottled Anomaly. Upon pickup, choose a card. At the start of each combat, remove it from the draw pile. On turn 3, add it to your hand, costing 0. Interesting. But I like to play guaranteed on turn 3. Dark Shackles is pretty good here. Other Phantom Fireball's okay. Purchase a new Liquid Memories, very good. I think I'm going to go Dark Shackles, Liquid Memories. And we're going to rest here. Gain some health back. 79 going into the Niao fight. I think we have pretty decent odds here. Now, the Goddess of Life gains 3 health every time we play a card. Oh dear. When Niao uses the buff intent, she gains 6 strength and 1 demon form, 2 buffer, and puts 2 random curses into the draw pile. Man, 2 buffer. Yikes. This won't be free next turn. 2 buffer. Yes, we're repeatedly going to be gaining demon form. Look at this. Power. And then retract. Truth. Oh, I did that in the wrong order. Kind of. Slime Crush. Just need to stack more soul burn. best we can here. You play another card, muddle your hand, and then discard this. Muddling the Slime Crush actually seems kind of decent. Muddling the rest of my things doesn't seem very good. Let's just get rid of this. Please, upgrade some stuff. Good. Egypt. Into the turn, add a void to the top of the draw pile. No biggie. Let's just bonk. Apply lots of weaken to Niao here. And lots of sadistic nature. Dang! 135 damage? Holy moly. Freaking get him, man. Alright, so here's where Niao will gain demon form. That's a little spooky. We go Invincible Mayhem Kindle? Or no, just Invincible Mayhem. Get these powers down. Oh no, Kindle Mayhem, and then I can reactivate the power thing next turn. And 2 buffer, don't forget. Although note that Niao's actual attacks don't do a whole lot of damage until lots of strength is gained, not nearly as immediately threatening as the heart is. I'd like to retreat again. Actually, let's charge Barrage first. There goes that buffer. Retreat! Oh! The mayhem just destroyed me. Oh no. My hand. Good job, Mayhem. I guess I'll play Panache Dark Shackles? Heck. No, we gotta do better than that, right? Definitely Dark Shackles. I think double Burning Touch. These get transformed. I can't allow that. Heck. We can remuddle the cards, though. Oh, there they go. Never mind. I guess it's happening whether I want it to or not. Good talk. Is HP equal to their soul burn? Statuses. The constant onslaught of statuses and curses is pretty nasty, though. I do have to say. We're almost done. Still, it's getting nastier. 25 times 3 is the multi-hit now. Very, very scary. We need to sort this out immediately. Where the heck are my good cards? Oh, look at that. This is terrifying, man. This fight gets so out of control so fast. Feels like. We should have done a little bit more. It's fine. Should be able to win before that. Chaos destroys me again. GG. GG. The whale is finished. The heart prevails. Nobody had a ghost of a chance. GG. The Spire is victorious. And so shall I? From beyond. Ooh, reclaim a random afterlife card. That's pretty cool, actually. GG, everybody. A beautiful run with the Hexa Ghost, making that Spire into Hexa Toast. Has it been done? The Spire sleeps, and so shall I. GG, everybody. GG. GG, what a fun series of runs today. One with Champ, one with a Hexaghost, one with the Hermit. Poor Champ tried so hard, didn't quite get there. Slain by Niao. Brutal. Hexaghost, that's right. GG. Well, I hope you all enjoyed this look at Slay the Spire Downfall. We might play some more Downfall in the future. Playing some of the other characters from it, checking out their updated versions. But it's not something I expect to make like a totally regular part of the stream. As fun as it is, I don't think it's quite as balanced or replayable necessarily as the vanilla version of Spire. But if you're tired of the same old, looking for something new in Spire, I highly, highly recommend Downfall. It's one of the best mods out there for this game. That is going to bring me to the end of this week's streams, my dear chat. It's been a wonderful, wonderful one. We're going to be back on Tuesday, our usual start time of noon, for a fresh week of streams. Got some more A20 heart kills to cross off the list. See you later, Real Evib, Twitch Derek, Ivy Blade, Jim Bob, Valintian, Prankster, Olivia 5K, Hyrule, Trinaman, Cosmo Recast, and everybody else. Thanks so much for watching. Ta-ta for now. I'll see y'all next week. Till then, toodaloo, my friends. Keep it cozy. Ta-ta.